Recording in progress.
Xin chào and good morning, Your Excellency, honourable speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be speaking to you today, and I send my warmest regards to all of the attendees and speakers who are joining us online. Firstly, I would just like to introduce myself. My name is 𝗘𝗕𝗚𝗖, and I'm from Swinburne Vietnam, and I'm going to be your host and MC for the next 2 days. Now, on behalf of Swinburne, I would like to extend our warmest welcomes to the delegates from the Australian and New Zealand embassies, UNESCO, Swinburne University of Technology, the World Bank, 𝗘𝗕𝗚𝗖, Deakin University, Times Higher Education, and Study Queensland and FPT. It's a pleasure to host you all at these wonderful facilities that we have here at FPT Tower in Hanoi. And many thanks to FPT for facilitating and hosting the first Global Citizenship Conference organised by Swinburne Vietnam. Also, a thank you to everybody who is joining us online today, whether you're a speaker or an attendee. From all over the world, we really appreciate you tuning in. Now, before we continue, I would just like to mention a few housekeeping rules. Firstly, if everybody could please make sure when you're in the auditorium that your phones are on silent, just to avoid any disruptions. And secondly, with this being a hybrid event, the Q&A sessions, we will be having questions both in the auditorium and online, so just so everybody is aware of this. And finally, should anybody have any questions over the course of the next 2 days, please feel free to ask any of the volunteers or staff members that we have here with the appropriate lanyards on. So, global citizenship education is at the cutting edge of 21st century education. Institutions of higher education recognise the importance of global citizenship skills and emphasise the need to create and develop global citizens. Now, graduates who will face challenging global issues in the workforce, GCED is about equipping our young people from all over the world with the knowledge, skills and values to participate as active global citizens. This is the first time we've run a conference like this, but I'm sure that you will agree that the quality and calibre of the speakers that we have here are truly outstanding. So, I want to thank everyone for being here in person and for connecting online, and I hope you're all looking forward to the discussions as much as I am. Now, to the over 200 participants that we do have online and going to be taking part in the various sessions over the next 2 days, I'm certain that you're going to gain a huge amount from insights and the knowledge, and I hope that you come away with some profound feelings and thoughts at the end of the conference. For a brief explanation of the structure of the next 2 days, the programme is going to be divided across a number of different rooms to offer our participants the best opportunities to join and help build the vision of a global citizenship education. Now, from all backgrounds and experiences, we want to ensure that everybody can access all of the different pieces of knowledge. So, our main auditorium today is going to be focused on presenting the key concepts and ideas, while the surrounding rooms will be used to capture the rich experiences and perspectives from industry academics and student partners. So, thank you very much for listening to my introduction. Now, before we move on to the next introductions, I would just first like to pay tribute to the country of Vietnam by observing their national anthem. Now, to move on to the first introductions for the day, I would like to welcome to the stage Dr. Marisha McAuliffe, Dr. 𝗘𝗕𝗚𝗖 is the National Director of Student Services at Swinburne Vietnam. She leads the Student Services team in institution-wide events and engagement and oversees Swinburne Vietnam's student engagement strategy. As a leader, but an academic always at heart, her core focus is the international higher education sector. Marisha has held international education leadership roles in Australasia, South Asia, Britain, and Southeast Asia. Her PhD from Queensland University of Technology intersects the boundaries of architecture and cognitive science. Her research focus is within higher education development, and her prior current career, she was a registered nurse specializing in maxillofacial surgery and craniofacial trauma. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Marisha 𝗘𝗚𝗖.
Your Excellency, Dr. Khan, Dr. Proctor online, Professor Pham, Dr. Ha, and everybody here, including respected guests, ladies and gentlemen, those present here and online. On behalf of the organising committee, we welcome you to the 2022 Exploring Boundaries of Global Citizenship Conference. Hop Noa Hop Mai means study, learn more, and learn forever. Apologies for my bad Vietnamese. What this means is that learning never ends. How we see the world now will be different in 3 years' time. How we see the world before COVID to now is almost unrecognisable. For example, hybrid events, working online, traversing global boundaries merely at the touch of a button, and virtual mobility programs. Global citizenship is about researching, learning, not merely through textbooks, learning to be more patient, more tolerant, more resilient, and to understand equality across the world. To truly understand yourself is reflection. The idea of the loop in our conference means that education has never been equal. Only the rich and wealthy can afford to learn English from childhood. Only the rich can access many aspects of education. Especially in the COVID time, even though we transferred everything online, many areas still could not access education. How can children in the remote areas of the world ever be equal to those that can learn with a smartphone, with a tablet, and with easily accessible Wi-Fi? Global citizenship is a term for social, political, environmental, and economic actions of globally minded individuals and communities on a worldwide scale. There is the belief that individuals are members of multiple, diverse, local and non-local networks, rather than single actors affecting isolated societies. The concept of global citizenship is embedded in the Sustainable Development Goals through SDG 4, ensuring inclusive and quality education for all and to promote lifelong learning. This includes global citizenship as one of those targets. By 2030, the international community has agreed to ensure that all learners acquire the knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development, including global citizenship. Universities have the responsibility to promote global citizenship by teaching their students that they are members of a large global community and can use their skills and education to contribute to that community. While global citizenship might mean many things to many people, the most common global citizenship idea is that people have civic responsibilities to the world as a whole, rather than just their local communities or countries. So, by expanding one's personal horizons through global learning, you are able to affect change in a more meaningful sense on both a small and larger scale. Global citizenship and its education is more than a title. It is a mindset. In the emerging digital world, the international community is getting closer and closer. Borders are very transparent now. Yet, if one chooses not to act, it is easy to stay in a bubble. Ask yourself, what communities am I a part of? Your answers could include your home, school, university, work, or literal neighbourhood. Expanding that into the world community strengthens your global citizenship. In these small communities, you might exchange ideas with a friend or help out a co-worker with a problem. Being a global citizen simply means more than having a willingness to do this with people with different nations and cultural backgrounds. So on that note, I would like to thank everybody here who has been a part of this concept. When I was Pro-Vice Chancellor in a university in India, we had 4 hours to transfer the entire organisation, 6,500 students in undergraduate and postgraduate, plus a teaching hospital in 55 degrees. We had 4 hours to transfer overnight all of our learning from being completely 100% face-to-face to 100% online. What I learned in the following months was that education is critically important. It's easy for us to say, yes, we transfer everything online and education can be given to everybody. But I discovered the smaller private communities, the small communities in West Bengal, out in 𝗘𝗕𝗚𝗖, for example. Throughout northern India, many of our students couldn't access education. They didn't even have a laptop. They couldn't access Wi-Fi. Education and the access to education, global citizenship education, is critically important. So it is with that hope and with the gem of an idea, merely walking around Chukbak Lake 8 months ago, this conference was merely the kernel of an idea in my mind. And now we are holding a global citizenship education conference. My deepest thanks on behalf of all of the organising committee, Professor Sean here is present, Dr. Abby Winter, who is online, Professor Deanna Grant-Smith, who is also online, and Madison Nguyen. I couldn't have done this without you, Dr. Ha, with your support, all of the volunteer teams. So I would like to sincerely thank you all and have a wonderful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. McAuliffe. Now, moving on to our next introduction, we have Dr. 𝗘𝗕𝗚𝗖 Khan, who is joining us online. Dr. Khan leads the Education Quality Team at the Inclusive Quality Education section of UNESCO, focusing on the continuum of cognitive and non-cognitive learning, including curriculum, pedagogy and assessments, global citizenship education, and education for sustainable development. Dr. Khan is known for her research in educational policy and planning, specifically local governance of education in Asia, Africa, the Arab states, and Latin America and the Caribbean. Prior to joining UNESCO, Dr. Khan worked for the World Bank and Beacon House school system in Pakistan. She earned her doctorate in educational administration, planning, and social policy at Harvard University in 2005. Welcome, Dr. Khan. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you so much. Your Excellency, 𝗘𝗕𝗚𝗖, New Zealand Ambassador to Vietnam, Dr. Douglas Proctor, Pro-Vice Chancellor of Swinburne University of Technology, Organizing Committee of this conference, distinguished speakers and participants. It is really my pleasure to join you today for this amazing and timely conference on exploring boundaries of global citizenship education. This endeavor, led by Swinburne Vietnam and other partners, is indeed a reflection of your commitment in reaffirming the universal relevance of the 2030 Agenda and SDG 4, particularly SDG 4.7 on global citizenship education and education for sustainable development. Today, on behalf of UNESCO, I'm delighted to share UNESCO perspectives on these issues. So let me begin with the next slide. I'm going to begin by the next slide, please. Next. I'm going to begin with a brief introduction, focusing on the rationale and the context for global citizenship education. Then I will present the current discourse on global citizenship education. And thirdly, present some of the key priorities of UNESCO in this area, followed by an update with some of UNESCO's innovative practices on global citizenship education. And finally, I will conclude with some recommendations for the way forward to enhance global citizenship education in Vietnam, but also in the Asia-Pacific region. Next, please. As Dr. Marisha mentioned just now, why do we need to have global citizenship education? And I would also add peace education. In our globalized world with shared global challenges such as climate change, deepening inequalities, human rights abuses, and increases in discrimination and intolerance, developing education systems that are fit for purpose, relevant, and adapted to face these challenges is essential. As part of the Sustainable Development Goal, Target 4.7, global citizenship education really plays an integral role in enabling all learners to be equipped with relevant competencies for this rapidly changing landscape and enables learners and youth to build more peaceful, inclusive, and sustainable societies. Here we are really looking for, societal transformations and empowering our youth and learners to lead the process. So what are the knowledge, skills, values, and attitudes such as critical thinking, empathy, respect, and appreciation of diversity that learners need to lead productive lives, make informed decisions, and assume active roles locally and globally in facing and resolving global challenges. So this is really going to be at the heart of our work, and this includes peace, human rights education, as well as intercultural education and education for international understanding. So next, please. Let us look at the current discourse on global citizenship education. Recently, in November 2021, the UNESCO report on reimagining our futures together, a new social contract for education was proposed. And this was launched during UNESCO's 41st General Conference held in Paris. And they placed education for sustainable development and global citizenship education as core elements to reimagine education and redefine our relations with each other and also with our planet. In addition to this, we have the 1974 recommendation concerning education for international understanding, cooperation and peace, and education relating to human rights and fundamental freedoms, which really focuses on international solidarity. And in response to the new developments and challenges that have emerged, there is a call for the revision of this recommendation. This constitutes a unique opportunity to revive and update the global consensus around the role of education in all its forms to prepare learners of all ages and future generations to face future shocks, to become more resilient, and to shape more just, sustainable, healthy, and peaceful societies. In addition to this, we also have the upcoming Transformative Education Summit, which is going to be held by the United Nations Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, in September in New York this year. And I'm going to come to this in a little bit. I'm going to be sharing more ideas emerging from the preparatory process for this new conference on transformative education. But as we are looking for transformations in education, what then are our key priorities in global citizenship education? Next, please. So one of the, recently UNESCO conducted a survey, and one of the key findings from the survey was that while countries do refer to global citizenship education, policies prioritize global citizenship education, often issues of global citizenship education are not mainstreamed as part of the education strategy, the curricula, pedagogy, and assessments. So this is a key priority, to mainstream GCED, to raise awareness for more political will and leadership, so that we can have education policies, curriculum, pedagogy, and assessments that really focus on global citizenship education and bring in the lens of GCED. Capacity development is a high priority. We need to really strengthen the capacities of our teachers, but also education leaders to really have, teachers also need competencies and need to be aware of pedagogies that are conducive to GCED learning objectives. And we need teaching and learning materials. We need to review existing guidelines to make that to enable education materials to be more responsive to issues of global citizenship education. We want to share good practices, and we want extracurricular activities that will enable learners to really take on projects and activities that will hone their skills and also bring about behavioral change. Research, we need to be informed by emerging evidence, and here universities such as yours has a very important role to play. We need to look at local issues, local contextualization, and ensure that our learning addresses issues of global citizenship education. And finally, advocacy, to raise awareness around these issues amongst, of course, government officials, policymakers, but also the general public and youth networks and civil society organizations. So if we go to the next slide, I'll be very happy to share with you some innovative practices that UNESCO has been conducting to promote global citizenship education and peace education. Let me begin by introducing very briefly the program Together for Peace. UNESCO, it's a UNESCO Bangkok initiative towards sustaining positive peace in Asia-Pacific communities. And it's, despite rapid economic growth, social development, and technological advances, there are significant ongoing challenges, especially in terms of governance, quality of life, and persistent inequalities. So Together for Peace introduces the concept of positive peace as a transnational development characterized not only by the absence of conflict in the region, but the flourishing of justice, equity, and equality for all in our societies. And the initiative seeks to catalyze in the minds of the public, especially students and teachers, to become agents for positive peace, a lasting peace that addresses social and economic disparities, and in turn, the conflicts and violence associated with exploitation and inequality. So it's a multifaceted approach to educational, pedagogical, and community-based programs through a series of priority actions that are applied throughout the Asia-Pacific in keeping with the 2030 agenda. And some of the key principal action areas are inclusiveness, intersectorality, partnerships, and informed evidence-based decision-making. If you go to the next slide, I want to just very briefly mention that within the framework of the Together for Peace program, recently there was a silent manga project, and this was an exhibition that the Together for Peace program put together the silent manga exhibition, which is it compiled different manga stories that were told entirely through illustration without the use of dialogue, and therefore they can be enjoyed by anyone regardless of their background. And this was held in several of our member states, and giving out messages for learners as well as teachers around issues of peace, how to live together peacefully, and how to empower learners to resolve conflicts, and to live together, redefining our relations with each other in a more constructive, positive way. If you go to the next slide, please. Another very important practice has been the Asia Pacific Regional Global Citizenship Education Network, and this network promotes systemic systemized knowledge sharing amongst global citizenship partners in the region. And this has enabled us to develop an evidence base for global citizenship education, reflecting on the context of different countries in the region. And we've been really working very closely with 𝗘𝗕𝗚𝗖 in South Korea, and also with the UNESCO Clearinghouse globally, to harmonize and synergize our actions for further promotion of global citizenship education in the region. And this again has several priority areas, and the key activities focus on research, webinars, seminars, workshops, and annual meetings to again raise, to address cutting edge issues pertaining to global citizenship education. Next, please. In the interest of time, I'm just going to very quickly mention, we have many publications at UNESCO. Some of them focus on taking global citizenship education, taking it local in the Asia Pacific region. There are also some, there's a how-to guide for global citizenship, taking it local. We have materials for learning and assessment and analysis of 4 case studies in Asia region, and also a global citizenship education policy making awareness and advocacy handbook. So there are several, publications that enable us to conduct research and to bring this evidence to practitioners and policymakers to ensure we have informed decision making. Next, please. The way forward, and because I would like us to conclude, but I would like us to mention that the United Nations Transforming Education Summit is being held by our Secretary General Antonio Guterres in September in New York, and there has been a process in all our member states globally to look at some of the key elements for transforming education. And I raise these because these are going to be at the heart of our work in transforming education systems, and also would have implications for our work for global citizenship education. So as a way forward, let us look at these 5 elements that place a spotlight on a small number of areas that require greater attention and action, and these would hopefully also enable us to accelerate progress in global citizenship education. So without going into a lot of detail, firstly, we want to focus on inclusive, equitable, safe, happy, and healthy schools. Secondly, learning and skills for life, work, and sustainable development. We want to look at teachers, teaching, and the teaching profession. We want to look at digital learning and transformation. And finally, the financing of education. We want to have adequate and sustainable financing at member states to ensure equity and efficiency of spending on education. And this, of course, would have implications for the budgetary information, but there are budgetary implications for our spending for programs that would enhance global citizenship education as well. So let's look at the last slide as we wrap up. So to conclude my presentation today, I would like to highlight 5 key priority areas as we reimagine global citizenship education for our future. At the heart of all our work, of course, is policy, and we want to integrate peace education, global citizenship education, education for sustainable development, and culture into national education policy, strategy, and core curriculum. And this is going to be important for us as we move towards creating more peaceful and sustainable societies in Vietnam and in Asia and the Pacific region. Research is integral, secondly, and we want to develop a research and evidence base that informs our decisions as we enhance global citizenship education in the region. So we want to, through research, identify good practices, areas that we need to improve on further, and we want to conduct research and gather information to establish an evidence-based information system that helps policymakers, practitioners, teachers, researchers to really, put the spotlight on key priority areas that are evidence-based. In terms of strengthening capacity, we want to provide capacity building opportunities, training opportunities for education leaders, but also teachers and guidance to empower learners with the knowledge, skills, and dispositions to become responsible global citizens, to embrace cultural diversity and ensure sustainability. And we also need teaching. This needs to be supplemented with teaching and learning materials. We want to develop standard setting, monitoring and knowledge production, and we want to develop global citizenship education, teaching and learning materials, including handbooks for students and parents, larger community, and for example, a compendium of current and emerging promising solutions to help us reimagine global citizenship education as we recover from COVID, as we build stronger, more resilient education systems moving forward. And finally, advocacy. We need to mobilize resources, but also raise awareness. And today's international conference is an excellent example where you've convened stakeholders in education, and you're holding these panel discussions and dialogue, including youth voices, to raise awareness and seek cooperation for, how we can further strengthen global citizenship education. So I want to thank you all for the opportunity to be here with you today. I thank you for your kind attention, and I really welcome your involvement, in bringing UNESCO on board, and we hope you will also join us in some of our future activities that are coming up. I wish you a stimulating and productive discussion today, and look forward to listening to some of the upcoming presentations. So thank you very much. There's a lot of work we need to do together, and let's all join hands and work together to enhance global citizenship education in Vietnam, but also in the Asia Pacific region. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Khan, for your insightful words. Now, our next introduction is Dr. Douglas Proctor, who's joining us from Australia online. Dr. Proctor is the Pro Vice-Chancellor for Global Engagement at Swinburne University of Technology in Melbourne. He provides institution-wide leadership on global engagement and oversees Swinburne's global strategy in teaching, research and outreach. As a scholar practitioner in international higher education, Douglas has held international education leadership roles in Australia and Ireland and has received his PhD in international higher education from the University of Melbourne. Welcome, Dr. Proctor.
Hello, it's a very great pleasure to be here today, and I'm delighted to have been invited to speak at the launch of the Exploring Boundaries of Global Citizenship conference. I'm very sorry that I cannot join you in person, but I hope that the discussions and conversations about global citizenship from this conference will continue in person and online over the coming period. This is certainly a topic close to my heart and one which I believe merits further academic and professional interrogation within the academy. Before continuing, and given that I'm not with you in person, I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which Swinburne's Melbourne campuses are located, the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation. In Australia, it is traditional to make this acknowledgement when we meet, and in the spirit of reconciliation, I would like to recognise the continued connection of the Wurundjeri people to the land, waters and skies of this place. I recognise that this land was never ceded, and I also pay my respects to Aboriginal elders past, present and emerging. As many of you will be aware, Swinburne University of Technology in Australia and FPT University in Vietnam established a partnership in 2019 to offer Swinburne's programs in Vietnam. This partnership stems from the desire of both partners to collaborate on providing industry-relevant education, and we saw a first intake of students in Hanoi in September 2019. We then launched a new teaching location in Ho Chi Minh City just 2 years later, despite the circumstances of the global pandemic. And we are now preparing to launch a third teaching site in Da Nang in September. And I'm very much looking forward to visiting each of those locations in a few weeks' time. I'm certainly delighted to see the contribution which the Swinburne FPT University partnership is making to intellectual inquiry and research by way of this conference. And I would like to thank the organising committee, led by Dr. Marisha McAuliffe, for its energy and enthusiasm in pulling together a compelling programme of speakers and topics. Swinburne's strategic plan, entitled Horizon 2025, commits the university to becoming the prototype of global best practice in all areas of our activity. This is one of 4 moonshots or aspirations which are framed in our strategy, and it is the one that I work on most closely in my role. So what does best practice look like in relation to global citizenship? And what role can and should universities play in supporting the development of global citizens? To answer these questions, let us first consider what global citizenship is and why it is increasingly seen as controversial in some corners. As former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Theresa May, famously said, "If you believe you are a citizen of the world, you are a citizen of nowhere." Although this is not a view that I subscribe to, nor many of the people at this conference, I'm sure, it is a view that has gained traction in recent years, and it will be important for us to understand why. As we've heard from our previous speaker, global citizenship is certainly not a new concept. And Madeleine Green, former Vice President for International Initiatives at the American Council on Education and now Senior Fellow at the International Association of Universities, Madeleine usefully summarizes the academic literature to frame 5 key features of global citizenship. Firstly, global citizenship is a choice and a way of thinking, a voluntary association with a concept which brings together the global and the local, potentially informed by formative life experiences. Secondly, global citizenship is self-awareness and awareness of others, an understanding of the universalities of human experience and increased identification with fellow human beings in other contexts, including a sense of responsibility towards them. Thirdly, global citizenship relates to cultural empathy. As such, it ties in with our understandings of intercultural competence, where we are able to engage with concepts from multiple perspectives. Fourthly, global citizenship is the cultivation of principled decision-making, an awareness of the interdependence of individuals and systems. And finally, global citizenship is participation in the social and political life of one's community. Global citizens feel a connection to their communities, however they define them, and translate that sense of connection into participation. I imagine that for many people in the audience, these various different dimensions of global citizenship ring true. Certainly they do for me. Born in England, I studied French at school and then took a gap year to travel the world before continuing my French studies at York University in the north of England. As part of those studies, I spent a year on exchange in France. I then moved to France to live and work for 5 years, as well as undertake further studies in French that time. And I met an Australian when living in France who subsequently became my wife. So I moved to Melbourne in Australia in 1999 and have now lived outside the country of my birth for close to half my life. I proudly hold 2 passports, and thanks to that background, to my work and to my adopted city, I live a very globally focused life at the heart of a multicultural community. Although I might not have known exactly what the words global citizenship meant when I was younger, I certainly self-identify as a global citizen today. So why is this important? What purpose does global citizenship serve in today's world? In many ways, the answer to these questions relates to the fundamental interconnectedness of people in the modern world. Pre-COVID, not only had international travel become more affordable and accessible, but the advent of the internet and social media, both of which were invented in my lifetime, have removed the barriers that once existed between people and different ways of thinking and doing. When I tell my children about the multi-volume encyclopedia that my parents saved up to buy when I was young, they look at me like a relic from a bygone era. When I tell them that I had no immediate access to any foreign language media as a child, they stare in disbelief as they download the latest Korean or European drama from Netflix to stream on their mobile phones. This is the extent to which the connectedness of our world has been embedded in modern understandings of what is normal. And despite the many criticisms of globalization from an economic perspective, and those that foresee the end of globalization due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the interconnectedness of our world is not going away anytime soon. Indeed, an advanced understanding of the world and global affairs now appears to be a crucial skill in today's workforce, a 21st century skill that previously was not given the same importance. And it is in this context that universities have engaged with global citizenship, both in their own actions as corporate entities, but also in their curriculum and in the work that they do to prepare students for the world of work. As such, here at Swinburne, Global Outlook is one of 6 principles outlined in the university's education strategy, whereby students are provided with opportunities to develop global awareness, to learn with people from diverse backgrounds, and to prepare for a global world of work. We do this in an embedded way through our curriculum, but also through the opportunities that we provide for students to undertake an international study or work experience, both in person and virtually. And why do we do this? We do it because we believe it's important for the development of well-rounded graduates, and because we want our graduates to find relevant employment after they graduate. I mentioned Swinburne's 4 moonshots earlier, and 2 of these moonshots relate directly to our students and their employability. Moonshot 1 in our strategy states that every Swinburne learner gets a work experience. And the second moonshot states that every Swinburne graduate gets a job, whether as a job taker or as a job creator. Universities are traditionally places where the pursuit of knowledge is conducted across national borders. So it's not surprising to see global citizenship closely framed within university strategies. Not only does it align with the core values of the academy, but also of the people who work within it. In today's world, however, criticisms abound. In many ways, COVID-19 has forced us to live locally and to re-engage with our local communities. This in itself is causing some to question the continued value of global engagement, particularly when global supply chains affected by the pandemic are seeing a relocalization of supplies. What's more, decisions by electorates in various parts of the world appear to reinforce a rejection of globalization and interconnectedness in favor of local and national concerns. Overt patriotism has been back on the agenda in the USA and in the UK, for example, with some fearing that national identity and culture is being lost in a more multicultural and globally engaged world. It was in the context of the United Kingdom's decision to leave the European Union, the infamous Brexit, that Theresa May spoke of being a citizen of nowhere, despite the fact that so many people in her country have dual or multiple heritages, just as I do. In the non-English speaking world, of course, some reject the growing use of English as a lingua franca and the seemingly overwhelming tide of English language media, which is leading to the potential loss of local languages and local cultures. And added to these concerns are growing anxieties about climate change and the implications of air travel on global heating. While the increased availability of air travel pre-COVID had supported opportunities for global engagement in person, should we now return to this, given what we know about carbon emissions and air travel? All of these are valid concerns, naturally, but my argument has always been that the university plays an important role in shaping society as we want it to be. This is the very essence of what it means to be a community of scholars. In that context, it is crucial that global citizenship remain at the core of what we believe and what we seek to impart to our students. Perhaps there's never been a more important time for this to be our mission. In that context, this conference is extremely timely, and I hope that the conversations today and tomorrow are rich and informative. Thank you again for inviting me to speak, and I wish all of the speakers at the conference the very best with their presentations. Similarly, I would like to reiterate my thanks to the organising committee for the enormous effort which has gone into arranging this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Proctor. Now, to move on to our next introduction, we have Miss Lee Pham. Miss Pham graduated with a master's degree from Oxford Brookes University in the UK. She has many years of experience as a research and development specialist at FPT University and FPT Training School. As a young leader, Ms. Lee is always enthusiastic, determined and creative. She's been very successful in building the foundation for a potential new educational product and perfecting the product chain of FPT education at the elementary, but also junior high levels. Not only was she successful in obtaining and establishing license, building facilities, directing staff, managing and operating, she also made a mark in building a modern and different learning program, distinctive and bold to FPT. Please welcome to the stage. Thank you.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Lee Pham, CEO of the Ebgc Primary and Secondary School in Hanoi. I'm very pleased to represent the female leaders of Ebgc Education to speak in this international education conference today. Let's talk a little bit about Ebgc Education. We were established in 1999. And the mission is to provide learners with the global competitiveness, contributing to the expansion of the country's intellectual frontiers. Ebgc Education has from primary school, secondary school, high school to university. And it has now 100,000 students. The university has been rated 5-star by QS in 4 fields: jobs, education, social responsibility, and facilities. And my topic is about what is current practice in education for transferable skill, and should we pay more attention to it? In the era of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, with the rapid development of science and technology, future generations of citizens will have to equip themselves with new capability to succeed in global competitive environment. By 2025, humans will account only 48%, and machine and algorithm will account for 52%. So education that focuses solely on impacting knowledge is no longer appropriate. Instead, useful skill for future, which are very human factors, such as creativity skill, problem-solving skill, critical thinking skill, and digital competence. A digital competence is the tool that drive transferable skill. The impact of COVID-19 has shown that the world is changing so much. So it is necessary to reimagine education, to change education, and need to take into account to combination with digital competencies and transferable skills. So how can be the best way to embed the transferable skill at school? And what we've been doing in Ebgc school and also Ebgc University, that they are designed integratedly into practical activities, student-centric experience series. For example, identify the skill needed and mapping them relevant to medical training. The secondly is priority skill training and tailor training to the need of student, combined with the degree of the student choice, and provide opportunity to develop appropriate stages and authentically align skill to relevant workplace activities and methods. And also integrate training into curriculum and link to evidence throughout. So once again, the core of value modern transferable skill is to create a constructive workforce that is ready to adapt any changes, and they must be embedded into school program. And I hope you will have a fruitful and constructive conference. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lee. And now finally, our final introduction for this morning is Dr. 𝗘𝗕𝗚𝗖, the Director of Swinburne Vietnam. Dr. Ha has a PhD from Macquarie Graduate School of Management. He used to be the Chief Operation Officer at FPT Group, and he joined FPT Uni as a Vice President of the International Division. He's the first to develop the cooperation between FPT University and Swinburne University of Technology, and the result is establishing Swinburne Vietnam. He's a person who promotes the teaching of global citizenship for all of the students at Swinburne Vietnam. So please welcome Dr. Ha.
So thank you all of you. I'm very proud because I'm the hosting organization for this very important conference. And thank you all of you for coming. And I first express my special welcome to Miss Her Excellency, the 𝗘𝗕𝗚𝗖, Ambassador of New Zealand, for honoring with us, and gonna have a very keynote speaking today. Yes, and today I would like to talk more about the global citizenship education in developing country, right? And Vietnam is one of that developing country, and it's very important for the global citizen education in developing country like Vietnam, because without that, good education gonna have a failure in globalization of the world, right? And at Swinburne, we are very much focused on trying to teach students have a global thinking, global way of thinking. So what that means by that? Global way of thinking, global way of study, global way of working, global way of living, right? So try to take a global mindset for the student, right? And I can tell this story from my own experience when I work in FPT as well, right? We go to global about 20 years ago, and the first 15 years is all the failure story, right? We failure, we go to American failure, we go to India failure, and go to European failure. Why we have that failure? Because we are lacking of global citizen skill, right? Because our human resource, for example, we cannot speak English properly. For example, we don't have a cognitive way of thinking when we're dealing with customer, with a partnership. So all that comes with a failure, right? And so it's the reason why at Swinburne, even in FPT University, we are now very much focused and among the first university of Vietnam, and maybe in the world, to provide global citizen education is a compulsory part in our education pathway, right? So what we teach in global citizen, we Firstly, English, right? English is very important. We cannot become global citizen without very poor English, right? Poor communication with everywhere, right? And not only about English, in communication, we improve the way of communication, right? For example, can speak properly, or we can do the academic research in English, for example, right, is the first thing. And the second thing, we focus on 8 global citizen skills. We have 8 global citizen skills in the program. For example, we teach communication, we teach teamwork, we teach critical thinking and creative thinking, we teach the leadership, self-leadership capability. And it's become very holistic way of teaching when the student do a particular project relating to that. Yeah. And also, we for example, yesterday, right, we can see a debate competition that we provide to high school, right? It's a very big debate competition that happened in Hanoi, Da Nang, and Ho Chi Minh City, right? And with debate, for example, we hope that with debates, the student can have more like a critical thinking or creative thinking, right? And it is a way we're spreading our value of teaching global citizen skills to the younger generation, right? So why the issue of global citizenship is also discussed in a university level? Because in Vietnam, the education in the primary school is very much focused on theory, very much focused on information and remembering. So there's a lot of cognitive thinking. It's not widely developed as this, and also English as well, right? So it's the reason why at high school, at university, we improve this knowledge of students, and when students graduate from university, they are more confident, working globally, thinking more globally, right? So it is a purpose of doing that. And I think that this conference is very important because you can sharing some of the experience, right? In Vietnam, we have one word is that when you travel, the road becomes more clear, right? Only when you travel, right? So when you're starting to do something, teaching about this, student all this, you're gonna find the experience. You're gonna have a demand to learning more. And it is the reason why the road gonna become clear and more clear, right? So the global citizen is a very like a not very clear concept, right? And we try to make it clear and make it into the curriculum and the teaching at the Swinburne and also in FPT. And thank you, Marisa, very much for your connecting people around the world for this conference. And it's awesome, right? And we can share some practice, right? And the more you go, the road gonna become clear. Thank you so much for this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ha. So that is the end of our introductions for the beginning of the conference, and we will now be starting the conference in our various different rooms. We have a small piece of entertainment just briefly before we go further. So I'd just like to welcome to the stage one of the Swinburne Vietnam students who will be performing a song for us, Hanoi Niềm Tin by Huy Vong. Thank you.
thủ đô đường lồng gió thanh thang năm cửa ô nghe tiếng cười không quên lòng thương đau. Hà Nội đó niềm tin yêu hy vọng của núi sông hôm nay và mai sau. Chân ta bước lòng ung dung tự hào kìa nòng pháo vẫn vươn lên trời cao. Ơi đông đô hùng thiêng dấu xưa rạng rỡ sáng trôi bóng đêm Trường Sơn lắng trong nước sông Cửu Long làm nên tiếng ca tiếng bom rơi. Ôi đông đô hùng thiêng dấu xưa còn in nơi đây. Ơi Thăng Long ngày đêm chiến công giảng danh non sông. Hà Nội mến yêu của ta, thủ đô mến yêu của ta, là ngôi sao mãi rạng rỡ. Sáng soi bóng đêm Trường Sơn lắng trong nước sông Cửu Long, gạt nên tiếng ca, làm nên tiếng ca, tiếng bom rền. Hà Nội mến yêu của ta, tiếng
Thank you very much. Now, in the interest of trying to save a bit of time, we're going to avoid having a break right now. So I would like to move on to our first speech of the day. Now, to start our morning off, would you please like to have a round of applause and welcome to the stage Her Excellency Ambassador 𝗘𝗕𝗚𝗖 from the New Zealand Embassy. Thank you very much, 𝗘𝗕𝗚𝗚.
Ina mana, ina reo rangatira mā, prestigious people, speakers, leaders, one and all. Nā tangata whenua o tēnei rohi, tēnā koutou katoa. I acknowledge the people of this land and greet all of you in te reo Māori, the language of the Māori people. Nā mihi ki te rangi e tū nei, nā mihi ki te whenua e tātoko nei, nā mihi ki ngā me katoa, nā mihi nui ki a kātou, kia ora koutou katoa. Greetings to the sky above, greetings to the land below, greetings to you all things. My name is 𝗘𝗕𝗚𝗖. I am New Zealand's ambassador to Vietnam, but I am much more than that. I'm a daughter, a sister, an Indigenous wahine toa, or strong woman, of Aotearoa, New Zealand, and most of all, I am a citizen of this glorious planet we inhabit. So why are we here? And why is this important? Well, obviously, we are gathered to discuss and to share perspectives on one of the most important pressing issues of our time, exploring boundaries of global citizenship. However, in order to do that, we should probably first ask ourselves, what motivated us to leave our busy jobs and our families to be here today? And it is this. Slide. I think every person in this room and joining us online is committed to finding a way out of this mess. And I'm sad to say it is indeed a mess. 4 photos taken in the last 2 weeks from around this planet. However, with some concerted global effort, collaboration at every level, we can tackle these wicked problems. So how is it we got here? Slide. Around the year 1800, the world population was only around 1 billion people. Today, the population stands at around 7.8 billion. Putting it another way, when the Beatles released their debut album, Please Please Me, in 1963, the world population stood at just 3.2 billion. Experts now predict that on the 15th of November this year, the number of people on our planet will reach 8 billion. Let's just think about that for a minute. Let's think about what it means in terms of providing adequate shelter for all of these people, the pressure on global food supply, access to safe drinking water, and how, as we seek to lift the living standards of all of those people through industrialization and economic growth, we rein in global greenhouse gas emissions. As pressure for resources has grown, and as we see the ascendancy of some, while others fall further behind, people have sought to gain influence and power. With that has come conflict. It's not that the world has not always known conflict. It's just that rather than fighting with hands and swords or batons, we now fight with drones, with nuclear weapons and cyber tools where both perpetrator and victim remain unseen. These are the wicked challenges we need to confront. And before we descend into the pits of despair, let me rescue us, because the future looks like this. Slide. Back. And it also looks like this. Slide. Our job is to find that little girl, to nurture her curiosity and her compassion so she becomes the kind of global citizen that is going to help solve these wicked problems we have created. So let's look at what it means to develop a global citizenry. We know that the very discipline and body of learning that has grown up around global citizenship has been driven by an acknowledgement and recognition that collaboration is at its core. No individual or single country can deliver a solution. It is no longer enough to be citizens of our separate nations. The challenges facing the world will require a different level of consciousness, an awareness of issues and opportunities beyond our immediate families and communities, although that's not a bad place to start. As educators and leaders, we need to help our students and young people choose to take on these broader perspectives. They must develop their self-awareness and awareness of others, understand that local and global issues are inextricably linked, and use curious minds to see challenges from different perspectives. And finally, choose to transform a growing sense of connection into active participation in change. A key building block for building global awareness has been the embedding of global citizenship education into the 4th UN Sustainable Development Goal, quality education, and we heard earlier this morning from UNESCO. The target, otherwise known as a massive challenge, is that by 2030, all learners acquire the knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development, including, among others, through education for sustainable development and sustainable lifestyles, human rights, gender equality, promotion of a culture of peace and non-violence, global citizenship and appreciation of cultural diversity, and of culture's contribution to sustainable development. I don't think I need to remind anyone here today or joining us online that we are just 8 short years away from this ambitious target. So what is the skill set we are trying to engender in our young people to ensure that they can become global citizens? Because I can assure you, as important as numeracy and literacy are, they are building blocks only, a set of tools to get us to where we need to be. What we're doing, or trying to do, is develop the core skills of problem solving, critical thinking, communication, cross-cultural awareness, collaboration, and I would add empathy. Empathy may not be considered a skill per se, but I do believe that it can be nurtured, both at home and in the education environment, at every level. In order to develop this skill set, education must change. We must shift the focus from passive learning to actively developing these other skills, while instilling a sense of global identity. Being part of that change is your task over the next 2 days. But how do we move a generation forward to truly raise the participation of students as global citizens? It's not possible to talk about the boundaries of global citizenship without acknowledging the pivotal role that teachers play. You, are critical agents of change. There is a Japanese proverb, better than 1,000 days of diligent study is 1 day with a great teacher. I want you to take a moment now. Picture the teacher you had. The teacher I hope all of us had. That special teacher. Take a moment. Think about them. For me, it was my Year 7 teacher, Miss Seema. She took a classroom of children from our small farming community of around 3,000 people, a very poor community, many of whom had never travelled more than 20 miles from home, to Auckland, New Zealand's largest city, to attend the Diwali festival, the Indian New Year. I have no doubt that it was Miss Seema introducing me to the world that awaited me out there that set me on the path to the career I have today. There is another kind of teacher though, and that is the teacher and the role that experiences play in teaching us and developing us into global citizens. I mentioned Miss Seema, an influential teacher without a doubt. But I will also never forget the sounds, the smells, and the tastes, oh my goodness, the tastes of my first Diwali. When you think back on your own milestones of development, think not just about the who, but what. What did that entail? The first major victory on the sports team where you came together with your teammates to win. Those other major milestones, perhaps the moment you left home, perhaps the first time you travelled overseas. As educators and leaders, our role is to open up that world of opportunities to our young people, to make them possible, and then to help our students and our young people fully benefit from that development opportunity. Because what I can tell you is that while indeed we will need scientists and engineers, philosophers, and yes, diplomats, the skills of global citizenship will not be found in a maths equation or a textbook. It is as likely that the person or persons that help resolve the challenges we face today will be a C-grade student as an A-grade student. Because what will matter is not the technical skills or know-how, but the way that they applied those in the world. I can assure you that while my degrees in law and arts taught me to think methodically and to write very well, it was the time I spent outside of the classroom that made me who I am. At university, I tutored and mentored other Māori law students. I sat on the executive of our Māori Law Students Association, responsible for running conferences like this of hundreds of people as just a 19-year-old, as well as supporting refugee communities and families as they settled in our city. Every day as a diplomat, I lean into the skills I learned through those experiences. Slide. Our leaders at every level also play an important role as teachers of global citizenship. Do you recognise this person? Yes, that's right, it's New Zealand's Prime Minister, Jacinda Ardern. Does anyone out there know her grade point average? Do you even know what she studied at university? No? Neither do I. I do know she didn't attend Harvard or Cambridge, as fine of institutions as those are. She studied at Waikato University in New Zealand. And while she was there, she got involved in international movements. She became the empathetic, critical thinking, collaborative leader and global citizen we know today. Every country represented here today can participate in a brighter, more engaged, informed, and tolerant future through greater commitment to global citizenship education. However, we need to look to our own natural resources, so to speak, to find our competitive advantage in developing global citizenship. In Aotearoa, New Zealand, we are fortunate to be able to draw on Te Ao Māori, or the Māori worldview. We use the word hono ki te ao to describe global citizenship. Hono means to connect, ki te ao, to the world. The name pays homage to the phrase hono tangata, hono wairoa, which is about simultaneously connecting to people in their physical form, but also connecting to their spirit. To know your whakapapa, your genealogy, is to know your place in the world and your connections to it and across it. Global citizenship is a natural consequence of that whakapapa, of those linkages going back to our ancestors, to those connections forged at the beginning of time. That is the Aotearoa New Zealand perspective and experience. Vietnam is fortunate to have more than 50 local cultures to draw from in shaping its global citizenry. How about your country? We have taken global citizenship and Te Ao Māori, hono ki te ao, and applied it to all of our learning frameworks in New Zealand. It's so important in New Zealand that we have made it one of our key goals of our international education strategy. We are looking at ways, and very practical ways, to build global citizenship. This is done through international scholarships, including scholarships provided by our Prime Minister here in Asia, making connections between tangata whenua, Māori of New Zealand, and those arriving to study in New Zealand, treating them as treasured guests, and through the most tangible of ways, including a certificate, an academic certificate, the Global Competency Certificate, which develops students' global competency through online study and virtual meetups between students in New Zealand and students around the world. I am very happy to provide you information on that for anyone out there who would like to become part of our program. Short sell. Our schools and universities are building global citizenship into their learning programs because they know what you learn in the classroom is only half of the journey. You must also learn those core skills outside. Those core skills of problem solving, critical thinking, communication, cross-cultural awareness, collaboration, and yes, empathy. In New Zealand, we express it this way: ko wai o, ko wai koe, ko wai tātou. Who am I? Who are you? Who are we? What can we do together? I believe the lessons we have learned in adopting this approach have strengthened the quality of outcomes in our efforts to develop an active global citizenry. We know we still have a long way to go, and the journey is a challenging one, but this is a journey towards a better future. I am committed to it, and I hope you join me in that commitment. Thank you, FBT University and Swinburne University of Vietnam, for your invitation to speak today. You know how passionate I am about this subject. But most of all, thank you for taking up this wero, this challenge of highlighting the critical role of education in developing global citizens. Next slide. Finally, I leave you with this proverb from Aotearoa, New Zealand. He aha te me nui o te au. What is the most important thing in the world? It is people, it is people, it is people. Next slide. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Thank you so much, Tridine. It was brilliant to hear what you had to say. I'm sure this was really, really useful for all of our delegates and participants and attendees today. So thank you very much for being here. And for everybody else, we will now be taking a short break until 11 a.m. And then we'll be starting our next speech. So there are refreshments just through the door there. So please feel free to help yourself. And if we can make sure we're back into this room for about 10:55 so that we can start at 11 a.m. prompt. Thank you. So if you could just make sure you're finishing your teas and coffees so we can be ready. Thank you. It's now. We will be starting in a couple of moments' time. Thank you. Good morning and welcome back, everybody. We will now be moving on to our second keynote speaker for the morning. Now, our second keynote speaker, please welcome Samuel Lang to the stage. Samuel is the Regional Director of 𝗘𝗕𝗚𝗖 Intelligence Unit. At 𝗘𝗕𝗚𝗖, Sam manages Singapore, South Korea, Hong Kong, Macau, and Indochina. He's responsible for the overall business development and assists universities in the region to improve their institutional branding and profile through the implementation of QS consulting services, market research via the QS trackers, and the suite of QS products and digital solutions. Sam's previous experience includes senior international marketing and recruitment roles at top world-ranked universities in Australia, University of Melbourne, Trinity College, and La Trobe University, and in Asia, Duke and US Graduate Medical School. Thank you very much for being with us today, Sam. Look forward to hearing it.
Thank you. Very good morning. Thank you. I'm excited to be here. This is actually my first overseas trip in over 2.5 years since COVID hit. So, I was getting really nervous at the airport, just doing all my checks and just ensuring that I have my vaccination certificate with me. So I was doing the swab test just the day before, just to ensure that, I'm COVID negative, so that I won't spread any, of those COVID stuff to the country. Thank you very much for having me here. I'm definitely very honored and privileged to share with you on the QS perspective on what is the global citizen. So with my very first slide, I would like to take some time to introduce QS, the company, to you. First of all, can we have the slides? Yep, second slide. Yep, first of all, we have over 30 years experience as a thought leader in education sector. So how did the company came about? It all started with our founder, Nunzio 𝗘𝗕𝗚𝗖, back in the 80s when he was looking at further education abroad. There was no information about comparison of university. There was no information about understanding the qualities of university. And he ended up at Wharton Business School. And he was encouraged by his mentor to basically pursue a business, a company in deriving universities rankings. So this is where we are today. We have the World University Rankings as our flagship. For Asian University, we also have the QS World University Asia region, as well as for some universities in the region, we also have the QS subject rankings. Because of our engagement with universities, we support the universities as well in the area of student recruitment. QS runs education fairs, particularly in the postgraduate sector across the world. We run it in 2 seasons, during spring, at the start of the year, and during fall, which is happening starting from next week in August. Because of our outreach to a lot of students, we typically reach between 200 to 250,000 prospective students each year. We also conduct the International Student Survey. And this is quite critical in what I will be delivering today, because the data that I have presented will actually come from the QS International Student Survey. So for more information about this QS International Student Survey, please drop me a line, and I would be more than happy to share this report with you. So every year, QS will actually come up with the QS International Student Survey. In order to reach out to prospective students around the world, QS also owns the 𝗘𝗕𝗚𝗖.com. Last year, we had over 140 million views, making us the most searched website for international higher education around the world. Apart from that, we also have over 40 million unique visitors to our website. Apart from 𝗘𝗕𝗚𝗖.com, we also have the 𝗘𝗕mba.com, which is focused on business school and postgraduate education, qschina.cn, which is a mirror image of the 𝗘𝗕𝗚𝗖.com, as well as QS Leap, which serves as a platform for students looking at pre-testing, such as GRE, GMAT, the LSAT, prior to applying for university. So over the last 30 years, we have built close relationship with over 1,500 institutions. These 1,500 institutions, some of them are currently ranked, some of them are in the process of making it through into the QS rankings, and this is what we are here for. QS is here to support the university with student connections, partnership management, providing enrollment solutions. Some universities outsource their international admissions office, and we are here to ease the process and to support them. To support academics in the area of networking, in the area of raising the profile of the university, QS runs conferences around the world. Earlier in June, we had the privilege to deliver the QS Edu Data Summit at the United Nations headquarters in New York, where we released the QS World University Rankings. Coming up in November, we will be having the QS Higher Education Summit, APAC, which will be hosted by Universitas Indonesia, and this will be held in Jakarta, Indonesia, from the 8th to 10th of November, of which I would like to invite all of you to participate if you're available. Collecting so much information, we deliver QS analytics to institutions to be able to help them with informing their market strategies with intelligence of previously unpublished public data. We also support universities with consulting as well. The QS mission, therefore, is to empower motivated people around the world to fulfill their potential by fostering international mobility, education, achievement, as well as career development. And I think this is why we are here today. We have seen the collaboration between Swinburne and FPT, and you have brought Australian education into Vietnam. So once again, congratulations. So first up, the background to the 2022 Employer Reputation Survey. Every year, as part of the QS rankings, we invite academics as well as employers to rate universities of quality. We ask and invite employers from around the world, and we gather information on their perception of what constitute the best world-class universities. From the eyes of QS, we look at four main areas. in the area of research, where you have, as a university, you have to contribute back to academia. Number two is teaching, quality teaching, because you are training the next generation of leaders. Number three is employability. You need to ensure that the quality of your program is meeting the market needs when your graduates go out to work. And last but not least, internationalization. You can't claim to be a world-class university if you are not known outside of your home country. So these are the 4 areas that we are looking for. And we want to gather information from employers concerning issues that are central to the wider market understanding of the graduate recruitment market. The Employer Reputation Survey is one of the largest of its kind anywhere around the world. This year, for the QS World University Rankings, we have received over 30,000 responses from employers from over 140 countries, of which 16,760 were responses from Asia Pacific. When we do the QS Asia rankings, we have a higher weightage on the outcome of the employer survey. Within the QS rankings, 50% of the overall scores comes from academic and employer reputation, with academic reputation accounting for 40% and employer reputation accounting for 10%. For the Asian rankings, it is also 50%. However, there is a higher weightage of 20% for employer reputation compared to 10% in the world rankings. So for more information on the Employer Reputation Survey, you can click on to this link listed here. So we are here to understand what are some possible global skills gaps. Taking a quote from my beloved comedian, Robin Williams, he said previously that the idea of Juilliard was to give you this toolbox full of skills that you could take with you anywhere and apply to anything. I think this is the same for international higher education. When we study at a university, when we study at a vocational institute, when we study abroad, me, myself, I have been a product of international education. I have completed my undergraduate and postgraduate studies in Melbourne. And this has allowed me to take on international roles when I first came back to Singapore more than 20 years ago and started my career at IDP Singapore. Because of my experience having lived and studied abroad, I was very, very quickly put in positions where I supported the regional office, reaching out as far as the Middle East to run exhibition, to run recruitment fairs. And I attribute that to that opportunity of international education. So we are here wanting to be able to impart knowledge and skills that will allow every single student to be able to work anywhere in the world. And this is how you become a global citizen. So, ability is gained through experience. You are in a position where there are universities that runs summer programs, that runs internship, that runs work placements. It is also a promise made by universities to students that we will get you prepared for the workforce. It is about reducing the skill signaling, which is about identifying the skill set, but it is more towards improving skills development. Today, in this world that we are living in, we are talking about lifelong learning. Learning never stops. And I would be proud to say that during COVID, over the last 2 years, I actually did an online EMBA, which I have recently completed. It is about putting myself in the shoes of prospective students, from students around the world, on how they can continue to upgrade themselves in the situation, in the environment that they are currently placed in. For me, this is my first trip abroad after 2.5 years of lockdown, and I'm glad to say that the world has moved on. Institutions have progressed. We have seen at the start of the pandemic that institutions were rushing to place all their curriculum online because universities were being locked down. However, students still have the opportunity to stay at home, get online, and continue their education. I have been pleased to see and observe that there are many universities today that are still delivering a hybrid model of education, even though campuses have opened, students have returned, but more people, working adults, are continuing their learning experience online. So it brings me to the very next slide. Why does upskilling matter? It matters because life is a lifelong journey of experience. The more we go through life, the more experience we will receive. Upskilling is important because it allows you to pick up new skills. In my very last section of presentation today, I will be talking about AI, artificial intelligence, and what impact it will have on the current world that we are living in today. So if you don't upskill, if you don't improve and learn new skills, you will find that you will be left behind as the world progresses. And this is why higher education institutions today have a strong responsibility to ensure that no one gets left behind. Secondly, it allows one to progress to a higher level of qualification. With a higher level qualification, you will be able to learn new things, perhaps in the area of leadership, perhaps in the area of management, perhaps in the area where you can make a difference where you previously couldn't have. Number 3, it will give you international experience. Upskilling, today, we are linked by the internet. We are linked around the world with a click of a button through our smartphones, through our computer. As I mentioned earlier, I was doing an online EMBA with a university in the US. I was able to do this learning journey without having physically been on campus in the classroom in the United States. And this is what upskilling, the online learning environment, the online lifelong learning experience is all about as well. And lastly, it will help you to build your professional networks. There is a saying that it is not how much you know, but who you know that will get you the job, that will get you the business contract, that will possibly support you in your business aspiration. This is why we are here today. We are in a conference where we get to know one another, meeting friends from all over the world, Australia, Vietnam, and possibly other countries, to those who are viewing on Zoom online, hello, and looking forward to seeing you one day in person. But it is about creating this professional networks where you can reach out to resources that can help you answer questions, that will be able to provide you with the knowledge and information that you need to progress. When it comes to thinking about career, what are some of the important things that students are looking for? From our QS International Student Survey 2020, we asked that question. You can see here, in terms of graduate skills that are important to employers, over 30,000 employers that have taken part in this survey has responded that communication is the most important at 98%. If you can't communicate, you will have a problem understanding the instructions. You will have a problem delivering, producing the result that is required of you. Teamwork is also important because no man is an island. We are working today in teams, and in some organization, high performance team that delivers very, very good quality results. Being flexible is also important to be able to work outside of your job scope, to be able to take on tasks that may not necessarily fall within your daily work. Problem solving, interpersonal skills, resilience, data skills, and so forth. We also ask then, which of these graduate skills are employers most satisfied with? And we have seen right here that they are most satisfied with teamwork at 90%. And a lot of this comes from the experience that students experience during their time at university. Students are made to work in teams. They are made to do projects in groups. And for some university, you finish off the degree program with a capstone project where they have to work in teams of between 3 up to even 8. They have to deliver a business case study, something that is of relevant. They need to do presentation. They need to defend their thesis. So teamwork appears to be the skill set that employers are currently most happy with. And this is followed closely by technical skills, which is further down below. Technical skills, being able to have the right skill set to deliver the work, is very important. And we have seen that for most employers, they feel that graduates today have that skill set to work. For communication, which is listed as the most important, this is coming in at 85%. There is a sizable skill gap between the importance of skills felt by the employers versus the satisfaction that they are receiving from the people that they hire. So this data here is taken from the 16,000 plus employers who had responded, and this is for the Asia Pacific. So this essentially was actually put into the previous slide earlier. And as you can see, this slide was initially presented in June to the QS ANZ Summit earlier 2 months ago. So for the biggest skill gap, we can see that the top 5 biggest skills gap lies in the areas of communication, with a skill gap of 13, flexibility at 13, problem solving at 13%, resilience at 12%, and creativity at 12% as well. So this is something that higher education institutions can take away with them. As you prepare and deliver your curriculum, how can you address these 5 key areas that has a bigger skill gap between what employer wants versus what employers are observing in the labor force today? So, do students and employer agree? Students tend to underestimate the value of resilience, having data skills, and interpersonal skills. And I would say that specifically for the APAC region, this is the case. Today, the students today have been brought up in the internet age. For me, I had my first computer at the age of 21 when I first went into university. I had my first smartphone when I was 25. My child today, I have 2 boys, 8 and 11. My eldest boy had his first computer at the age of 7 when my wife decided to send him for coding classes. He had his first smartphone at the age of 9 when we sent him for tuition classes and needed to communicate with him once he finished his class. The generation today are living in a high-tech world. The students today are in an environment where they have great connectivity. Sometimes they do not understand the importance of resilience. Being able to push forward difficulties, to be able to have problem-solving skills, because where can they find the answer? Google, right? Is there any other way of obtaining answers, obtaining information? Is there a better way of answering the question? This is where also creativity has also been dampened as a result of this high-tech technology era that we are living in. There is a growing demand for data skills, particularly in the area of analytics. In most business today, we are asking the question of ROI, return on investment. What is my ROI if I'm to undertake a marketing branding campaign? For universities, how will my brand be able to reach out to prospective students? How will international students, how will domestic students, for example, here in Vietnam, think of my university if I were to do a particular campaign? Everything boils down to the dollars and cents. And we need people with such skill set to be able to interpret data, to be able to interpret numbers in order to create market intelligence. Similarly at QS, because we collect so much data from universities around the world, we also develop what we call analytics trackers, where we provide institutions not only with data, but also a tool that can better serve and provide market intel for them. And of course, interpersonal skills. Isn't it common to see families at a dining table in a restaurant where every single person is looking at their phones? How many of you have been guilty of looking at your phone while you're having dinner or outside with your partner, with your loved ones, or even among your colleagues. We are in an environment where it is easier to send a text message rather than to speak to one another and looking each other in the eye. So I think at universities, we have also a strong responsibility to cultivate and improve the interpersonal skills as well as communication among people. When I started off my career more than 20 years ago, as a fresh graduate coming out of Australia, returning back to Singapore, I was very worried, number one, if I could find a job. Number two, if I could fit into the organization culture. And number three, whether I have the ability to do the job well. At IDP Education, I was a counselor at that time. I had to learn very quickly to put myself in a position where parents can trust what I say about making recommendations of education options to their children, and to bring myself down to the level where children or the youth or young adults can feel comfortable with me and to understand where I am talking about, what I'm talking about in terms of education. So these are some of the skill sets which I've learned at university as an international student, where I was all alone, far away from my family, where I have to learn to survive, to be able to speak to people from other cultures, to be able to express myself so that friends, fellow classmates from Australia, Hong Kong, Malaysia, Africa, South America even, could understand what I say. And I feel very strongly that interpersonal skills is very important in the workplace. For employers then, they feel that leadership skills, subject knowledge, sometimes are not present enough by prospective candidates. Students here overestimate the value of this. They think that you need to have leadership skills. This is the problem with young graduates today, where upon graduation, armed with a degree, they expect to jump into managerial position. They expect to jump into position where they will be making huge decisions. They will be in a position of authority. Sometimes it's not like this. And we have seen that as a result of this overestimation of leadership skills, some kids, some students, some graduates do not actually feel comfortable being employed. And thus, we have seen the rise of the startup generation. Startup today in Vietnam, in Southeast Asia, and around the world is such a big thing. Governments, NGOs are providing funding for the next unicorn that will be worth over $1 billion that will have a technology to change the world. Everyone wants to be the next Elon Musk. Everyone sees the value in creating their own business, because this is my own business, I make the decision, the success or failure lies with me. Subject knowledge. Subject knowledge is something sometimes that students overestimate the value of, and also employers sometimes feel the employees do not have enough. There is a limitation to how much knowledge that a student can absorb while at university. For example, if you achieve 80% for your final exam in your marketing module, what happens to the other 20% that you failed to achieve? Before you could do better, before you could take in the remainder of that 20%, you are moving on to the next level marketing subject. Some students may do better, may get 85, some students may drop and get 60 as each higher level subject gets harder. So we will always have a gap in our knowledge throughout our education journey. And this is where the university plays a role in providing the workplace industry placement during the holidays, the summer work, where students can pick up skills to make up for what academic gap that they have during their education journey. So moving on, what can we do with these insights? What are some actions that we can do? Number one, this provides the evidence for curriculum design. It is about helping program directors, faculty, and leadership understand the needs of the market. I have clients asking me, Sam, how do we increase the number of bums on the seats? I think this is a really important question everyone should be asking today. Is there something that a university hasn't done in order to ensure that the entire lecture room is full? Have we left out any prospective students that are not in class today and are missing out on that learning journey? It is about learning about the curriculum. It is about enhancing the facilities that can produce top quality graduates. Coming from Singapore, I would like to share with you that the Singapore government places a lot of emphasis on improving facilities. The use of technology, the use of equipment that our students get in schools, in the polytechnics, in the vocational institution, sometimes surpasses those offered at universities in countries around the world. We understand that resources are scarce and every university has a limited budget. It is about how best institutions can develop the curriculum to ensure a market fit for their graduates at the end of the day. Number two, providing guidance for degree and course selection. It's about supporting the student decision-making process in terms of their degree or course exploration and selection. I have, in my time in Australia, studied in 2 universities, one at Monash, a group of 8, and when I did my master's, I did it at Deakin. I realized very quickly then that different universities teaches in a different style. Some are more academic in nature, where you have 10% assignment, 10% mid-semester test, and then you sit for a major 80% exam. Whereas there are universities that are more technical in nature, that put into practice what you have learned by assessing you based on coursework, based on assignments, and based on your presentation. So there is, in my opinion, a university for every single student, according to your learning needs. So it is our responsibility, therefore, to ensure that we guide and provide prospective students with the necessary information for them to make a more informed decision. And lastly, a context for finding jobs in the future. It is about preparing job seekers who, at the end of their education journey at your university, has an understanding of how the job market looks like and what are some of the pain points for employers. So understanding this will put your graduates in a stronger position to get the job that they want. It will put them in a stronger position to fit into the culture and understanding the demands of their responsibility and what they need to deliver for their role in the business. Coming to the end of my presentation today, I would like to share with you some data that we have collected on the area of artificial intelligence. From our graduate employer survey, 77% of employers believe and think that AI will provide a more cost-effective alternative to highly skilled jobs by 2030. Mind you, this is less than a decade away. A blink of an eye, COVID has taken 3 years of our lives. Now, there is a pending monkeypox pandemic happening around the world, which World Health Organization has already declared. Are we in a position to take on another pandemic? Are we in a position to prepare graduates in time before employers feel that AI is ready to take over the world? 65% of employers think the social impacts of AI replacing some highly skilled jobs could actually be a positive thing. 65%. If AI can deliver what a typical employee can deliver, employers do not need to worry about organizational fit, about how these people fit into the workforce. They are able to use robotics, they are able to use systems at a click of a button to deliver the information and the results that they need. According to employers, they believe that the following graduate skills will possibly be replaced by AI in 2030. And these are as follows. Number one, analytics and quantitative skills. I mentioned earlier on in the earlier slides that data skill set is something that is highly lacking in graduates today. And with this, with the presence of AI, it could make humans redundant. Technical skills, problem-solving skills, subject knowledge, language skills. For example, during my introduction earlier, I was in charge of Korean market. A while back, I had the opportunity to look at a contract presented by one client of mine, but it was in Korean. I don't speak Korean. I don't understand Korean. But with a use of an app on my smartphone, I was able to scan over the words over the Korean words and see English words popping up on my screen. The technology today could replace the language skill set. And more importantly, communication skills. So the areas which can be replaced by AI are also the areas which are becoming more and more important to organizations. According to employers, these are what they have rated. Firstly, for data analytics, 51% view that data analytics are very, very important, and this is followed by information systems, data science, user experience design, and so forth. Through our survey as well, we have seen that data analytics, the information system, data science are the emerging technology areas seen to be the most important to organizations and employers. Universities in the US today and for a very long time has introduced a all-rounded education in their undergraduate studies. Students in their first year or even up to their second year of universities are able to choose from a variety of faculties, a variety of subjects that they may be interested to undertake. After learning from this presentation today, how are you as a university going to take charge with the knowledge that you have to perhaps design a curriculum that fulfills the needs of employers, to fulfill the needs of the labor force, to provide your future graduates with the skill set to be highly adaptable, flexible, and essentially to be successful in the workplace as a global citizen. With this, I thank you for your time, and I open the time for questions. Thank you. Yes.
Oh, thank you very much, Sam. That was a brilliant presentation. We are just going to go into a Q&A session. I believe Dr. Marisha wants to ask a question, so I'll pass the microphone. Oh, she has one there.
Thanks, Sam. That was a really fascinating presentation. Now, if we could just go back to the 5 skill sets that are lacking, can we just go take the slides back until one of the earlier slides? I think it was the 4th or 5th slide. Go back. I think it was about before the start. So keep going back. Was it maybe keep going back? Back. No, forward. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. And next. 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 Right. The biggest skill gaps. This is really fascinating because if in the pandemic the students displayed such resilience, creativity, adaptability, problem solving, flexibility, in learning online, and therefore communication. I find it really ironic that the biggest skill gaps are the biggest things that people developed during the pandemic. Do you think perhaps it may be the universities, us, who are not really helping the students develop that formally? So rather than them learn it through the pandemic purely, I guess, by accident, we aren't developing using those accidental skills developed and we should be maybe perhaps developing formalised programs that allow students to develop those skills. Could you make a comment on that?
Yeah, I think this environment that we are living in is an environment that we have never experienced before, ever. The world has never been in such a long lockdown. People are developing mental issues. We have seen, probably not a thing to say here, but even in Singapore, we have seen since the reopening and the relaxation of the COVID measures that crime rate has increased. You know, there is a need for an outlet for people being cooped up for such a long period of time. Yes, students have shown resilience by taking their education online, but they are missing out on one key factor that makes us human, which is relationship. The need for face-to-face, the need to communicate, the need to feel a belonging, a need to feel wanted, the need to feel being able to contribute. I think universities at this stage, in my opinion, can do a lot more. And I can see that many universities around the world have expressed concern about the mental well-being and health of their students, and of course of their staff that are working at the university. There have been measures in place to be able to be more flexible, to allow staff to work from home 1 or 2 days a week, because this has been in that environment that they have been in for the last 2.5 years. With formal programs, I think the approach then would be to tick off certain milestones that we hope to achieve. That, for example, in the area of communication, we want to be able to be in a position where lecturers are meeting with the students face-to-face. I remember back in my uni days when there are consultation hours, and in the minds of a lot of academics and even research students who served as tutors, those hours are, please leave me alone, don't turn up unless you really have a problem. It is not an hour where they are looking and anticipating your questions. So I think that also has to change. I think in an environment where we are in an environment of influence, of changing and producing future leaders, we need to have that compassion for the students. So to answer your question, yes, I think it is important to have a program, but the world as it is, human as we are highly flexible, adaptable. We make the best use of our circumstances. But if as education leaders we are aware and we choose not to do anything about it, then the onus is on us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. We now, with the power of technology in 2022, we have somebody from Zoom who would like to ask you a question directly. So I just would like to introduce Dr. Linda Yang, and we're going to connect with her in a moment.
Hi, Dr. Ang. Mr. Ang, can you hear me? All right, great. Thank you so much for the fascinating presentation. Thoroughly enjoyed it. I especially love the statistics. And I think you're a great presenter, by the way. So I have a comment and a question. Comment is that it was I was hoping, so my daughter is 7 years old. She's been asking me to give her a smartphone. So I'm hoping to wait till when she's 12. But you just mentioned that you gave your son a smartphone when he's 9. So I'm hoping I can still wait till when she's 12 years old. That's your fingers crossed about that one. Now, so the question is that I would echo what Dr. 𝗘𝗕𝗚𝗖, that's her surname, isn't it? Apologies if I spell your name wrong, pronounce your name wrong. So the slide in terms of the skill gap, that's really fascinating. I think that, just to echo what you have said and Dr. 𝗘𝗕𝗚𝗖's comment is that I think that the universities, oh, by the way, before I continue, I actually forgot to introduce myself. So I was the program director for Intercultural Development Program in Michael Smurfit Graduate Business School in University College of Dublin in Ireland. But I actually moved to Perth 3 months ago. So I left my job as well. So at the moment, I'm trying to adjust to the Australia. And so I was a colleague with, I was working for the same university with Dr. Douglas Proctor, so we were colleagues together, and now we're both in Australia, which is fascinating. So my question is that, looking at the skill gap slides, right? So I feel that traditionally, I think, for the education, the university has always been focusing on, let's say, subject focus. For example, if you're finance students, finance. If you're a engineering students, engineering. So that is the core academic discipline. That's what the university has been focusing on. Now, so that's what we call it, let's say, academic skills or competency. But I think I'm just really happy to see the findings from the QS survey, meaning that, the biggest skill gap, let's say communication, all of this fall into the category of, let's say, transferable skills. And some may call it soft skills, which I do not like the word. They're not soft. They're very important skills. They are transferable skills. And I think you touch upon this. We need this set of skills because these skills are needed, like in terms of not only, at work, but also every aspect of our life. So then, but what is also very interesting is that you mentioned that communication skills can be replaced by artificial intelligence. That is really fascinating for me to see that, you see. So my question is really, twofold. One is that, is there a way to access, do you have a, let's say, more explicit report on this skill gap? Is it accessible? Second is that, do you see any impact in terms of COVID on employers' perceptions on the skills that are needed, let's say, from our graduates? Or are there any new skills emerged as a result of COVID? Those are two little questions. Thank you so much, Ms. Zhang.
Before I answer the two questions, let me just share with you about my journey with giving my kid the mobile phone at age of 9. He doesn't have the phone. He only has it just for that short period of time when he goes for classes and things like that. It is about building responsibility, being accountable when he actually has that particular device on him. So right till now, he's 11. He don't have the phone permanently, and I only give it to him, during the weekends and times when he finishes his studies and things like that. So there's still a bit of control over phone usage. Back to your question, the first question, yes, a more comprehensive report is available online. The International Student Survey is released every year, and we get this information from our 240,000 plus students who had participated. So this is updated every year on our website. If you can't find it, feel free to drop me an email at samuel.ang@qs.com, and I'll be more than happy to share this information with you. The second question is in terms of the skills, in terms of the skill gap, or whether has COVID, developed a new skill set for people. I think the world that we are in today, it sort of shows that we are able to work remotely. I am still able to deliver on my goals and targets set by my company during the pandemic. You are calling in from Perth, and we are having this conversation is a testament that we are still able to conduct business even in a virtual or online environment. When we talk about some skill set which AI could replace, because, for example, with communication, if there is no need for humans to do some sort of work, then I think that particular technology software will easily replace. And we are seeing today that in a lot of manufacturing plants around the world, they are reducing the need for human labor and replacing it with robotics. But we are just using some examples from this particular exercise that we have delivered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe we have another question from Dr. Sean. I'll just pass the microphone over to him.
Thank you, Jos. Thank you for your presentation this morning.
Thank you.
Or I think it's still this morning, maybe after, close. A couple of things sprung to mind listening to your conversation, and I'm a big believer in these global citizenship skills. And in particular, I've been teaching teachers for 20 years or more. So I'm right in that education field. And when I see these skills shortages that you put up there, you've listed resilience and creativity and things like that. It's a two-part question. Firstly, is this something we should be explicitly teaching as students come into university, as opposed to making them a graduate attribute or capability at the end of the course? Is it something that we should focus on explicitly and actually have subjects within those areas, or a core program for students? I know some universities now are starting to do that. I haven't seen too much, I've seen mixed feedback about the success of that. And the other thing that comes to mind, we talk about COVID, is things around well-being. And a number of things you mentioned there were about well-being. And we see a system that sometimes we will say, is it too crowded, it's too much happening? Is there more about well-being that has to be brought into our system so that we care more about what's happening, so that we can develop these skills more within a context that looks out for everyone, not just the student well-being, but also teacher well-being? Complicated?
Yes, quite complicated. In regard to your first question, I think a lot depends on the culture of the country, and the values that the university stands for. For example, coming from a Singapore culture, for example, I look at my children who are in the primary education system, and they have a lot of stress that relates to delivering and completing homeworks. And I have relatives in Australia whose children have no exams. They have a lot of playtime. I was speaking to some expat friends whose children are in international schools in Singapore, where their children are picking up 5, 6 different sports. I think it's the culture of the particular education system that creates that sort of graduates at the end of the day. For some cultures, like in Singapore, people may be very academically minded. They may have a lot of knowledge, but they may not have the necessary creativeness to think outside the box, to deliver work in a different way. When I was in Australia, it was very, very fascinating for me, particularly, coming from a system like Singapore where it is very, very clear black and white. In Australia, everything is grey. In my economics class, my lecturer was saying, either answer could be applicable, depends on how you argue. So I started developing mindset that there could neither be a wrong or right answer, but it's about the different ways that we approach a problem to derive a solution. So, for example, here in Vietnam, we need to be sensitive to the local culture, to understand what the local people needs are, to better understand their way of life, and how an education, an introduction of an Australian curriculum can not only enhance, but also to equip them with the skill set that can take the Vietnamese beyond Vietnam to Australia and possibly around the world as a global citizen. In terms of the mental health aspect, I think this is something that even within QS we are looking into. We are looking at also institutions that are focused on social development goals. what is the university doing that is impacting the community. At QS, we also run an audit called the QS Stars that reviews the university engagement to be inclusive, its impact on volunteerism, on charity work, and essentially how the university is making an impact on the community at large. Hope this answers your question.
It helps. It's good to hear this view. I suppose one of the things I also look at is we see these surveys and we talk about things like creativity. I'm going to pull out creativity because this is something I work in a lot, and I've had many PhD students working in this area. And your version of what creativity is probably entirely different to my version of what creativity is. So then how do we measure that creativity is lacking in a workplace or in a university? And I'd love to know what approach is taken for these sorts of things. How do we measure creativity, critical thinking, and these aspects? And I know it's a difficult concept.
I think here at QS, we use fairly broad-based words. And like you say, my interpretation of creativity, my interpretation of being resilient, and it could be very different, depending on the country, the culture that one is from. But this particular survey that we have run, both the employer reputation as well as the international student survey, it has an outreach across the world. So when we use the word creativeness, it could be interpreted differently, but all the different employers from around the world, students, are responding to this question according to their own beliefs and value system.
Yeah, and I think that would be interesting to look at how we could look at that data, but maybe having a guideline that guides the response around what the meaning of creativity is, so that you would have a better range of data that, and I did pick on creativity or critical thinking because I know they're very difficult and they come up here, but how do we measure? And maybe if there was a guideline and said, this is our broad definition, or this is an example rather than a definition, maybe then the data would hold more strength across some of these fields.
Absolutely, I totally agree. And I would definitely welcome any feedback that you have. I would love to share this with my team that actually prepares this survey as well. So we would definitely appreciate your input into this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. And we just have one final question for you. This one's quite concise. So, if you could give one piece of advice to young people who are beginning their journey to becoming global citizens, what would that be?
Well, I think it's important to have a very, very open mindset. Do not limit yourself to where you are currently in. Have the dreams to explore. Have the confidence to take on new challenges, because life is full of them. Never be afraid of failures, as there has been a sort of a statistics that shows that over 99% or 95% of all startups will result in failures. We are in an environment today where we have to be highly adaptable. We have to be in a position where we can comply, to have the skill set, to be able to contribute to your job, and most importantly, lifelong learning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That now brings us to the end of the morning session. We will now be taking a short break for lunch, and then we'll be coming back here in an hour's time, about 1 p.m. But thank you very much, Samuel. That was an amazing speech, and I'm sure on behalf of everybody who's attending and watching, I'm sure they took away an incredible amount from your words. So thank you very much. Welcome back to the inquiry room. I hope you all had a pleasant lunch break. Now, the afternoon session, we have a number of different speakers for today. First of all, would you please welcome online Professor Lee Chan. Professor Chan is the School of Education of Deakin University and an Australian Research Council Future Fellow. Prior to joining Deakin in July 2013, Professor Chan worked at Monash University and RMIT. She was academic at Hue University prior to coming to Australia. Professor Chan's research focuses on international education, international students, education migration nexus, Australian student mobility to the Indo-Pacific, and internationalization of higher education in Vietnam. Her work has been featured in multiple languages and media outlets in Australia and internationally. Thank you so much for being with us today, Professor Chan. I look forward to your presentation. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. Can you hear me? Thank you for the introduction.
We can hear you.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. And I'm very delighted to have the opportunity today to share with you some insight into international education, especially the reciprocal international relationship between Australia and Vietnam, and geopolitics and the impact of geopolitical tension on international education, and some key takeaway messages for internationalizing higher education. So I'm very glad to share with you what I've learned in this space. And first of all, I would like to share my screen. Okay, so can anyone let me know if you can see my screen?
If you could just bear with us a moment, we're just connecting you two. Apologies.
That's okay. Thank you.
We have you now. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you for facilitating that. So I'm speaking from wintry Melbourne, and I would like to begin with an acknowledgement of the country. Up with echoing. Can you hear that? Yeah, I don't know why I'm echoing. I can hear my voice back. I don't know if there is something wrong with the system. Sorry. So I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which I reside, the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, and I would like to pay my respect to the elders past, present, and emerging. And as I mentioned before, the topic of my presentation today is on international education and geopolitics, and I would like to discuss the shift for Vietnam from being a passive recipient of international education to a proactive partner and an emerging provider of international education, especially in relation to short-term mobility. And in my presentation, I would like to focus on these key points. I would like to start first with some emerging characteristics of international education, and then I will move on to talking about the impact of geopolitics and the role of geopolitics in international education in Vietnam, with reference to China and a couple of other countries. And that will be followed by the Vietnam and Australia international education development discussion. And I would like to wrap up with some key takeaways and recommendation of food for thought first. So let me begin by looking at the broader context of international education, we can see international education has been constantly changing, and it has been increasingly business focused. So we have heard a lot of debates and discussion about the business model of international education and the commercialization of different forms of international education. So not just international student recruitment, but also transnational education and research collaboration, for instance. And over the past decades, especially since COVID-19, we have seen how international education has been increasingly subject to public policy changes, not just in the international education sector, but in other sectors. For instance, migration, and in countries like Australia, we see how the nexus between international education and migration has impacted on the recruitment of international students, especially from Indo-Pacific countries. And we have seen policy in workforce, in post-study work rights, so post-graduation opportunity to work have impacted on international education and in particular international student recruitment, especially in Australia, but also in Canada and New Zealand and the UK and US. And we have seen how economic policy affected international education. And since COVID-19, it has been so clear that international education is vulnerable to crisis, including global financial crisis, the pandemic, COVID-19, the war, Ukraine and Russia war, and the implication for transnational relationship and international education, and natural disasters, for instance, bushfire in Australia, and the support for international students, and especially geopolitics. I will talk a bit more further in my presentation. And we have seen a trend that has been quite becoming quite clearly is that international education is no longer just oriented for education purpose or business orientation, but also it lies more closely with political interests that come along with economic interests. And I also articulate a bit more later in my presentation. So in terms of geopolitics, if we look at the global context, we have seen the development of far-right parties in several European countries, the Brexit phenomenon and the Trump administration, and how national protectionism, inward-looking nationalism, and anti-migration, anti-globalization, and anti-multiculturalism have led to rising opposing of the development of international education, and also increasing racism toward international students in some countries. And we have seen a trend of how international education, which was has been traditionally seen as a tool in order to maintain peace, regional harmony, and regional cooperation, has been weaponized and used it as a political tool in the context of rising geopolitics. And clearly, international education is also subject to geopolitics in the sense of China's rising power and the growth of India, as well as the potential, whether India can have the potential to rebalance the power, and what is the implication for international relation, international cooperation, and also international education. But we also see emerging middle powers like South Korea, Iran, Brazil, and that open up a multipolar world system. And within Asia, clearly countries like China, Malaysia, Japan, Singapore, and Hong Kong are increasing increasingly using international education and especially transnational education as a means in order to exercise power and create regional influence and global influence. And we some examples are related to the growth of educational hubs in China, Malaysia, Singapore, and Hong Kong. Now, if we look at China, we have clearly see an example about how China has been quite aggressive in developing strategy that take advantage international education and use it as a tool in order to enhance the country's influence and its position in the region, in the Indo-Pacific region, as well as globally. A couple of projects that I would like to cite here is project 211 that aims to build domestic higher education and foster national economy, but also leverage transnational education in research for the development of science and technology in China. And that is followed by project 985 that aims to improve Chinese higher education international ranking through not only aggressive investment in improving the quality of the higher education sector, but also supporting the transnational collaboration of Chinese institutions with foreign institutions. And one of the distinct strategy used by the Chinese government in order to create geopolitical power and international student recruitment and exercise influence in the region is the bringing policy that aim to attract international students to China, whether to take full degree or intra-degree mobility or to study Mandarin or Cantonese. A well-known policy by China is the Belt and Road Initiative, and part of that is the provision of the Zero Scholarship Program and the increase in investment in research, again to serve the geopolitical role of the Chinese government in relation to international education, regional influence, and soft power. And as a result of this aggressive policy, China has witnessed a tenfold increase in the number of international students in Chinese university over the 20-year period, I believe, from 1995 until 2015, alongside with other development in soft power and regional and global influences. Okay, so basically we synthesize three ways that China has used international education to exercise soft power, regional and globally. So the first one is through partnership with foreign universities in terms of inbound and outbound mobilities, research collaboration. And the second one is related to the first one in the sense that there is significant increase of funding for research conducted in foreign university. So not just research conducted in foreign university within the Indo-Pacific region, but also we have seen increasing Western university turning to China for funding for their research. And the third one is to set up offshore campuses, and we have seen campuses of Chinese university and institution in Laos, Malaysia, Thailand, Japan, and Hungary. And another phenomenon, quite distinctive feature of geopolitics and international education in China strategy is the establishment of Confucius Institute across the world, and the development of language school and scholarship for students to study in China. So whether to study a particular field of study languages. And by 2017, there was around 516 Confucius Institute and around 1,076 Confucius classroom in primary and secondary school in 142 countries and regions. And that number has decreased now, but a difference between Confucius Institute established by China and the British Council, the other education scheme by the British Council, the Alliance Française, and the Goethe Institute of Germany is that those the Confucius Institute often assist within university campus, while for the others they are located outside university campus. Okay, so I would like to quickly talk about COVID-19 and how geopolitical tension have been escalated during the COVID-19 and especially between Australia and China, and the implication for international education and the UK. So many of us are aware that the Australian government opposed a range of foreign policy by the Chinese government, and at the beginning of COVID-19, we have seen the Australian government call for an independent investigation into the origin of COVID-19. And then we have seen repeated responses of the Australian government to oppose China response to Hong Kong security law, to Taiwan independence, and to China escalation in South China Sea. And in response, China has warned their students from traveling to Australia to commence their study or to resume their study. And they have cited reasons including threats of racial attack, discrimination, and position Australia at an unsafe destination. And together with that warning is a threat to divert thousands of Chinese students from Australia to the UK if Australia is persistent or consistent with their opponent messages, if they do not change their political position. And so in 2020, UK has witnessed an increase by 9% in the number of non-European, non-EU international students as a result of global politics, including the tension between Australia and China, but also as a result of the introduction or reintroduction of post-study work rights that have significant implication for international student employment opportunities and also their education quality. Okay, so now I would like to focus more on the context of Vietnam. So international education in Vietnam has been closely shaped and reshaped by the historical, economic, and political circumstances of the nation. So internationalization of education occurs in Vietnam when Vietnam was colonized, dominated, occupied, and controlled by foreign countries. But at the same time, the country of Vietnam resisted those forces and have tried to adapt the education system to be more suitable to the local context. So there's the tension between being colonized and influenced by foreign forces, and at the same time resistant and localizing. And that trend has been quite distinctive in international education in Vietnam that I will be able to share a bit more. Okay, now I would like you to write in the chat box three words that come to your mind first in response to this question: why do we need to internationalize higher education? So if we have about 30 seconds to write that in the chat box. So maybe if any of you could unmute and share with me some of the common words that appear in the text in the chat box in response to the question, why do we need to internationalize higher education? Sorry, I couldn't see the chat box from my end. Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
I think there are some people commenting.
Yes, can you share with me, please?
Sure, yeah. Can we share that?
Yes. Okay, you
It's
just
just
read
in the
aloud.
chat box. Can you see the chat box?
I can't see from my end. Yeah.
Ah. Let's have a look. I could ask you.
Relevance. Yeah.
Sorry, you have it?
Yeah, I have it. So we can see that here. Relevance, benchmarking, contextualization, that excellent response, and I think it aligns with you know, some of the rationales for internationalizing higher education. And now let's have a look at the context of Vietnam. Okay, so if we look at the Vietnam National Strategy for Education Development 2011 and 2020, we have seen that the expansion of and enhancement of international cooperation, commonly seen as one of the key trends of international education in Vietnam, being positioned by the government as one of the key 8 fundamental initiatives to reform the education system. And looking at the National Strategy for Education Development 2020 and the development over the past few years, we can see that internationalization has been used by MOAT and higher education institution in Vietnam as a vehicle in order to enhance quality of the higher education system, to allow the system to catch up with regional and international developments in quality, and to lift international capacity and institutional ranking, to foster international cooperation. And this point is really quite distinctive in the context of Vietnam. When we do comparative study, you can see that international education in Vietnam has been geared toward international cooperation in a very clear trajectory, and a strengthened business model for a growing number of institutions in Vietnam. But the overall aim that is often articulated in policy is how internationalization of higher education can open up the opportunity for integration, for regional and world integration, and for human capacity building for the nation. Okay, and here the key primary dimension of internationalization of higher education in Vietnam, that we summarized in our book about internationalization in Vietnamese higher education. So we can see inbound and outbound student mobility and staff mobilities, but mainly outbound mobility. But we can start seeing some growth in inbound mobility that I will talk more in a minute, and international cooperation in program development and delivery, internationalization of the curriculum, and one of the typical program is the advanced program, and the use of English as a medium of instruction has been seen as a strategic tool for internationalizing higher education in Vietnam, and the development of different forms of transnational education, including JOIS and twinning program. But with COVID-19, we have seen more creative form of hybrid and blended model of transnational education in Vietnam, and the establishment of international school and institute, and transnational research collaboration is also a key dimension too. Now, if we look at geopolitics, I would like to share an example about student mobility related to Vietnam, and that set Vietnam quite a unique position, because I think it's one of the first schemes in the story of student mobility that were destructive to the aim of the sponsoring countries. So we know that the first French troops entered Vietnam in 1958 and withdrew from Vietnam in 1954 after the Dien Bien Phu battle. And during the French colonization, the ultimate purpose of education in Vietnam is to educate a generation of Vietnamese in order to serve the colonial aspiration of the mother country. In this case, is the French government. And as I mentioned, that relationship in terms of student mobility has been counterproductive to sponsoring country, because one of the key strategy for the French government to set up a generation of Vietnamese who can serve the aspiration or the ruling of the French government is to sponsor Vietnamese scholars and students to study overseas in France, to learn about the foundation and the superstructure of French civilization. But that generation of scholars who were educated in France also have the opportunity to be exposed to the ideology and ideas about independence, freedom, and nationalism. And they become progressive minded and actively promoted nationalism while in France and coming back to Vietnam. So they became the leading force that led Vietnam to stand up and fight against colonization. And that led to the end of French colonization in not only Vietnam, but Indochina, in Laos and Cambodia. So it's quite a distinctive mobility scheme in the history, but it shows that there is a close relationship between geopolitics and student mobility and international education, not just now or during COVID-19, but it back, nearly a decade ago. And Vietnam is also quite distinctive in the way it articulates geopolitical agenda and political agenda in education policy. So coming back to the policy that I mentioned earlier, the strategy for education development for Vietnam 2020, it articulates clearly how education serves the nation diplomatic and political agenda. But also back, if we look back at the education law in 2005, the key statement is the goal of education are to educate Vietnamese into well-rounded citizens, so that they can be loyal to the ideology of national independence or nationalism and socialism, and develop the capacity to defend the motherland. And these messages were consistently translated into the revised education law in 2019. And we argue that Vietnam represents a unique country again, where the ideology of national independence and defense of the fatherland have been weaved into the government narrative on the purpose of contemporary higher education. Okay, now I change the topic a bit by looking at Australia and Vietnam. So talking about geopolitics, the Australian government also positioned the development of international education with Vietnam to serve not only economic purpose, but also as a tool to build bilateral relationship with Vietnam through student mobility in both ways. through transnational education and transnational research collaboration. And one of the new schemes introduced by the Australian government and mentioned in the new Australian strategy for international education 2030 is the international skill training. So it can be delivered in partnership with local training providers, and Vietnam has been identified as one of the key countries to focus on in the scheme of international skill training, alongside with Indonesia, Malaysia, India, Colombia, Brazil, Mexico, and South Korea. So that is a form of transnational education that look at the development of critical skill identified in the partner countries and have the capacity to be contextualize the content to suit the partner country. So it is a form of transnational education, but it linked to using vocational education and higher education link it in order to build stronger bilateral relationship between Australia and partner countries, including Vietnam as the target country. And in articulating about Australia and Vietnam international education, a couple of key things that have been highlighted in the discussion and debate is how both countries can leverage the development of digital technology and opportunities in transnational education and student mobility, and capitalize on the shift to online and blended learning, especially during COVID-19, but also to respond to the demand for transnational education. So we have seen that prior to COVID-19, internationalization at home, it was not prioritized by institutions in Australia compared to internationalization abroad. But with COVID-19, there tend to be a higher demand for internationalization at home due to border closed in the early stage of COVID-19, and also the hesitation to travel. So the opportunity to do transnational education at home at a more affordable price, but also getting international recognized qualification have been widely recognized. And also another key thing is the demand for critical skill area and the need for upskilling and reskilling in partner countries, including Vietnam. And the changes in transnational education regulation in partner country like Vietnam, and I will talk about that change in a minute. But if we look at the global landscape, the online learning market is predicted to grow from $200 billion to more than $370 by 2026. So again, it comes back to the point of the opportunity to leverage the demand of e-learning and digital technologies. So in Australia, a couple of new courses have been introduced in international and transnational education. Is the micro credentials targeted at international students to meet identified skill gaps, and also the critical skill courses in partner countries, as I mentioned earlier. So what is the implication for Vietnam in relation to its developments? So we have seen that as of 2021, there were 424 transnational education program in Vietnam, and it is an increase from around 300 program in 2018 and 130 program in 2007. So a significant increase across 2007, 2018, and 2021. But we also see alternative T&E models. And in terms of mobility, we have seen the growth in Vietnam Vietnamese institution in providing short-term mobility programs for countries like Australia, the UK, and US, and neighboring country in the Indo-Pacific. For instance, between Australia and Vietnam, short-term mobility, we have seen that Vietnam grow from an 8th top destination country for Australian students under the new Colombo plan in 2016 to a 4th destination country in 2019. So Vietnam is quite a popular study abroad destination for Australian students, but there is a bit uneven development across different institutions in Vietnam. So some institutions are quite active and quite successful in developing themselves as provider of short-term mobility for Australian students, but some are not that effective. And increased transnational research collaboration. As I mentioned earlier, that marked a shift from Vietnam as a merely passive recipient to of international education to an active partner and an emerging provider of international education. Yeah. So I mentioned earlier about alternative model of transnational education. So we see that Vietnam is the first country in Asia to allow foreign provision of online and blended degree courses in partnership with Vietnamese university. It is a very brave move, and it happened during COVID-19, leveraging digital technology and the shift to online and blended learning. And there were 5 Australian universities involved in this pilot scheme, and clearly MOAT set a quota on how many students can be enrolled in this online and blended degree courses. So we see the phenomenon of Vietnamese students as being online international students but study at home, which is quite interesting. So they are graduating with internationally recognized qualification, but at a more affordable rate. It also opportunity to have students to be exposed to international practices and international recognized content, but at the same time develop localized knowledge and skill, because the lack of localized knowledge and skill for international students have been identified as an area that needs improvement for key destination countries like Australia, the UK, US, and Canada. Okay, so in terms of curriculum development, we have seen the development of the advanced program, and it reached MOAT target of having at least 30 advanced programs across the sector by the end of 2015. And the target was met 3 years earlier than planned. And with the advanced program, we have seen faculties at participating university have been, facility have been upgraded and improved significantly. Another key development is Vietnamese academics and students exposed to internationally recognized curriculum delivered in partnership with foreign university and often top tier university in US, UK, and Australia. Also, the cohort of students who are enrolled in the advanced program would have opportunity to enhance their English proficiency and employability, because the program is delivered using English as the medium of instruction. And the advanced program have been used by many universities as a mechanism to strengthen the partnership between Vietnamese and foreign university. But a couple of key takeaways that I would like to summarize is that in relation to the internationalization of the curriculum through importing the advanced curriculum or advanced program from foreign university to Vietnamese university. One of the key questions is how the Western and external education models and practices have been appropriated to be suitable for the local needs in a country like Vietnam. And the question of whether it is creative borrowing or passive borrowing. And the question of how reciprocal learning in transnational internationalization of the curriculum rather than just one-way learning or one-way import a foreign curriculum into the Vietnamese context, and what is the process of de-Westernization of practice, and what is the role and the opportunity to use Vietnamese values, Vietnamese practice as capital or resources in teaching and learning in those advanced program or internationalized curriculum, and the issue of equity and sustainability in the advanced program, because we all know that the fee is quite high for local students. So it raised the question of equity and access. Okay, so I nearly come to the end of my presentation. So we have seen that international education has supported Vietnam to realize its political and diplomatic agendas, including the aspiration for regional and world integration. But there are significant steps to move forward in terms of considering the strategic area for Vietnam higher education in the field of international education, including how to build and foster Vietnam education brand in the region and in the world. At the moment, for me, in terms of focusing on full degree offering for international students in Vietnam, it's more strategic to invest in building Vietnam as a regional hub for short-term mobility and semester mobility, including virtual mobility. For instance, the short-term mobility that I mentioned earlier about the New Colombo plan, and Australian students seeing Vietnam, choosing Vietnam as the fourth study abroad destination is quite promising. And in addition to short-term mobility, I could recommend looking at regional language courses. So offering in-country language courses, not just in Vietnamese, but in other regional language and even English if possible. And we have seen that FPT have been quite active in offering English for Japanese students, for instance. And also consider to strategically delivering not only traditional transnational program in partnership with foreign country like bachelor or master program, but also emerging critical short courses such as international skill training in response to critical skill shortage area, and micro credential, as I mentioned, internship for a couple of weeks or a couple of months, and hybrid mobility program that combine the focus on content, knowledge delivery, but also cultural introduction in Vietnam, and leverage the opportunity afforded by digital technology and online and blended learning that I mentioned earlier. But I think most importantly, Vietnam needs a more coordinated approach where Vietnamese universities collaborate to build Vietnam's international education brand together, because at the moment, as I mentioned, some universities are really proactive and doing quite well in this space, but some other are still behind the game. And one of the main things is that good practices and initiatives and programs are not widely shared, so that there is an opportunity to develop a community of practice and work together in building Vietnam brand. And there need to be better coordination across education, tourism, foreign affairs, economics, and finance sector in supporting the development of Vietnam international education. And there need to be a national strategy from my perspective for internationalization and specific action plan and framework to facilitate the implementation of internationalization. And of course, we have seen a lot of dodgy practices and drawbacks in ensuring quality in international education in Vietnam. So an area that needs a lot of work and careful monitoring is regulatory framework for quality assurance and accreditation. And I'll wrap up again with a note that good practices in designing and implementing internationalization activity and program in inbound and outbound mobility research, transnational education at the institutional level across different regions of the nation should be disseminated and promoted through a more holistic channel. And I think I'll wrap up here with a thank you note, and I welcome any questions and feedback. Thank you.
Professor Chan, that was an excellent presentation, and I'm sure that all of our audience took away a lot from that. We're running out of time, so unfortunately we will have to skip the Q&A session now in order to ensure that our next session is going to move on. But we do really appreciate your time. There were some excellent words that you had to say, and I know that all of our viewers online have really appreciated your words. So thank you very much, Professor Chan, and I look forward to speaking to you again in the future. Now, we are just going to take a few minutes break before we start the next session, and the next session will be beginning just after 2 p.m. So be sure to join back in then. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you.
to see you on the big screen here in Hanoi. No? Good afternoon, Matt and Arun.
Good afternoon.
How are you both?
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
well,
How are
thank
you?
We just need to sort through to make sure we can hear you. We got the sound, please. Okay, so Matt, can you do a sound test and turn on your microphone, please?
Sure, mic's on. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, Matthew, how delightful to have you here in Hanoi. And it's an absolute pleasure to welcome you to Swinburne Vietnam's inaugural conference on exploring boundaries of global citizenship education. Arun Patil, we finally tracked you down.
Oh, Marisha, how are you?
Oh, I
Good
was
to
about
see
to...
you.
Good. Gamana Chen? Or maybe you don't speak Bengali.
Namaste.
Namaskar.
That you know.
Acha. Arun, so lovely to see you, and we thank you for being here at our conference here in Hanoi. I'm greeting these two gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, because they're actually two long-term friends of mine here that we've been in connection with. So I can let now our lovely MC Yos is going to take the floor and then going to lead that forward. But I just, as a friend, I wanted to greet you and say thank you very much for your time here today.
Thank you, Marisha. Much appreciated.
So, good afternoon. Thank you very much for being back with us, ladies and gentlemen, whether you're joining us in the auditorium or if you're joining us online. Now, I just wanted to welcome our next guests. We have just spoken to them briefly, but first of all, we have Matt Cook. Mr. Matt Cook is from the Swinburne University of Technology in Australia. We're also joined by Professor Arun Patil, the Vice-Chancellor of 𝗘𝗕𝗚𝗖 University in India. And next, joining us in person and on stage, please can we have a round of applause for the Head of Department of Environmental and Resources Economics, Dr. Lan Pham, from Vietnam National University of Agriculture. And finally, please welcome to the stage Dr. Han Nguyen, Lecturer at Vietnam National University. Now, I believe Matt is going to be starting us with this session today, and we're going to be talking about the equality in education.
Thank you. Just making sure everyone can hear me.
We can hear you, Matt. Thank you.
Excellent. All right, I'm going to talk a little bit about learning transformations and innovation in global and local curriculum delivery. I'm getting a little bit of feedback through my mic, so I'm going to turn it down. Okay. So for my talk today, I'm going to cover 4 key areas for consideration. Those areas around post-pandemic pedagogy, asynchronous delivery models, developing a student-centric learning management system, and digital literacy and capability. Using my experience across digital learning courses, curriculum design and development, the work that I've been doing over the course of the pandemic has very much been focused on how do we prepare for a future of learning on both a local and a global scale. So the first area that I want to touch on is around post-pandemic pedagogy. And what do we mean by that? And how much has the pandemic changed how we deliver and what we deliver both at local and international levels? First of all, we need to consider that any new program initiative has to respond to government and industry sector requirements. And that's the same for whether we're working at a local level in Melbourne, where I'm currently located, or if you're working at a local level in Hanoi. So it doesn't matter where we're situated, it's going to be equally important. We need to continue to meet the needs of industry through relevant, responsive and supportive teaching. And we need to continue to offer relevant, high quality education so that graduates have the skills they need to find and maintain sustainable employment in a post-COVID landscape. There's a piece there around equality and equity of learning as well, to ensure that we're giving the same educational experience to students regardless of where they're learning. We also need to think about enabling and encouraging innovative new models and emerging areas of study that have come out of the pandemic, but that were also in development prior to the pandemic, ensuring that the system is open to new and innovative ideas, that delivery areas are able to experiment so that any digital model delivers the best possible outcomes, in my case, for Swinburne University. So very much connected to the project that I'm currently working on at Swinburne University in Melbourne. Global education offers students an opportunity to engage in new ways of interacting with course content and assessment that they've never been able to do before. Our students have become digitally literate in learning through Zoom, through Teams, through other socialization methodologies that we need to be thinking about in our learning and teaching into the future. But we also need to think about course content and assessment requirements, and think about modes of delivery that are flexible, adaptable, and agile. So the idea of that I'll touch on in a moment around asynchronous delivery is very much part of this discussion. Within Swinburne University, new higher education and VET program pedagogies, and by VET I mean vocational education and training, so applied learning, should meet the contemporary workplace demands of industries that enable immediate transition into working environments. So thinking about that step from students from the classroom to the workspace. Consider the breadth of offerings across the university and develop a model for delivery that considers course and program regulations and requirements that is aligned both with policies and procedures, but also with government requirements, local governments, councils, and students transitioning from secondary school into tertiary college. And finally, it needs to provide scope for students to develop 21st century skills for transitioning to the workplace. And by 21st century skills, I mean the ability to be able to socialize, to present, to work with colleagues, the things that they learn as part of their educational journey. This is built around a series of core values that's extrapolated from convergence, professional learning, and soft skills. So we're thinking of, as I mentioned, about soft skills, generic skills, industry-focused, collaborative, student-driven. We teach our students hard skills, technology, technological proficiency, vocational, process, production. We think about practice, so specificity, staircasing, convergence across disciplines, industries, communities, and research, and combine that with discipline expertise and collaboration. And then finally, we think about choice, so flexible modalities of learning, course sequencing, online and remote delivery, expanded choices from across programs, so majors and minor sequences and departments, and finally that very important piece of work which is around polysynchronous delivery, so delivering in an asynchronous and asynchronous landscape, and giving students the true choice to be able to learn in an environment that works for them. Moving on to asynchronous delivery models, thinking about a review of current program offerings, implementation of high flex and blended learning models, and an introduction of truly remote, synchronous and asynchronous delivery. And there's a whole piece of work that needs to happen around that. A focus on equity for students learning via asynchronous and face-to-face delivery. So students in the classroom learning at the same time as students online, and students online learning at times that suit them. Curriculum delivery that considers strengths of polysynchronous models, not force fit one model into another and vice versa. And to redevelop content to ensure value for global delivery. So in terms of Swinburne International, teaching our students overseas, teaching students at the campuses across the globe, and also teaching virtually online through this kind of format. Integral to the rollout of a new mode of global teaching would be a review for updated and out-of-date accredited and non-accredited programs for higher education and training programs and short courses for vet study. Develop a standardized institute-wide and a required adoption of current or learning management ecosystem. So the project I'm working on at the moment is around understanding and developing a learning management ecosystem at Swinburne University. And thinking about auditing and compliance and teaching and learning perspectives. So liaising with our key stakeholders, our staff, our students, our industry and community stakeholders. Previously underutilized delivery windows, after-hours access, weekend and evening delivery could become a growth model that spreads the physical resource use and enables broader timetable and scheduling opportunities, but also allows for that opportunity to develop in a truly global landscape. Further investment in teaching tools and embedded plugins, which can be used to record classes for students to access at alternate times, could be used for developing a richer bank of digital learning resources, which may enable greater opportunities for asynchronous delivery, but will allow for students around the world to be able to access exactly the same information. That could apply to things like assessment, learning and graduate outcomes, and models for student success and retention. A new model for delivery could use assessment outcomes and requirements and be built back from formative and summative assessment events. And finally, industry and community would have a fundamental and essential role to play in ensuring that course content and accessible outcomes are clearly aligned with stakeholder expectations. And once again, by stakeholder expectations, I mean industry, community, students, and staff. A new model for delivery could use assessment outcomes and requirements and be built back from accessible events. And finally, industry and community input would have a fundamental and essential role to play in ensuring that course content and accessible outcomes are clearly aligned with stakeholder expectation. So I guess there are a number of questions we need to be thinking about when we talk about transitioning into a global educational landscape and how we provide that content and that learning to students in different countries around the world. And as we come away from today, there are three key questions that I think we need to be asking. And this is something that's applicable across every university in every country, every tertiary institution. What does the teaching and support professional workforce look like that supports a new mode of learning? So that's the first question. The second question is, what do the physical resources look like in a post-pandemic world? What does the campus of the past look like compared with the campus of the future? And what changes need to be made to ensure appropriateness for new delivery models? And then finally, and this is the question that I would like to everyone to take away for this afternoon's presentation and that I will finish on, what opportunities exist to review best practice in an online and digital remote delivery? How do we benchmark against other tertiaries? How do we open up the conversation to other tertiaries to make sure that we're offering content that is going to be of value to our students into the future? Thank you, everyone.
Very much, Matt. That was very interesting. I would now like to pass it over to Professor Arun Patil, if you would like to continue for us there.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you, Matt, for covering some of the areas which I'm going to cover. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. So based on my experience, my past 21 years of experience in Australia, working in global education settings, and currently in India, working at the position of Vice Chancellor, I have few things, from Indian perspective, from students' point of view, from other stakeholders' point of view. I would like to just put those points for all to consider, to reflect on, and think about. So first thing for all the audience which are not from Indian background, Marisha could know this, but national education policy is recently being implemented in India. So it's called NEP 2020, but it's now being implemented. And I would say from what I have experienced so far, it is nothing but what we are doing in the Western world. Already we are doing those things, but it has now come through national education policy. Even India has gone to now develop something like National Qualification Framework, NQF, for various degrees, diplomas, and postgrad programs, which is something new. Now, the big impact on Indian higher education at this stage is digital disruption, okay, and digital disruption on learning. Of course, that has impact elsewhere also, everywhere, globally. But as you know that, if you look at average teenagers in India how technology savvy they are. And that is why it is very challenging, and it has completely put some lot of pressure, a lot of new concerns, new horizon on higher education systems. Other important thing, assessments, and many of the universities right now, they're focusing on how assessments will really focus on measuring learning outcomes. As you know that, the emphasis, like many other educational systems, emphasis was on summative assessment, which is final standard examination, which has been now changed, which is changing drastically in many institutions, and government UGC is pushing for that as well. Okay, and irrespective of pandemic situation, irrespective of online learning, student engagement, which is a key factor. I just wanted to let you know, everybody in India, and Marisha would agree with me, students would like to interact face-to-face. Okay, they would like to come into the classrooms, they would like to come into labs, they would like to do some peer learning and interaction with facilitators and so on. Okay, so although there was, we all were pushed to do online learning, online delivery, but I would rather personally say that how much engagement, student engagement, we really focused on. Okay, what was that really fruitful, in terms of student engagement when it comes to online delivery? Okay, that is completely different thing, which we can talk about that, for a whole day. Nowadays, what I'm also doing in my university and many universities focusing around the world for active learning. So promotion of active learning. It's not just boring classroom learning, but it's more active learning where students are actively engaged in the learning. And what are the ways, whether it is a small class, whether it is a large class, so how active learning can be promoted rigorously. Okay, that is the thing. From Indian perspective, it is exponential growth of higher education. Number-wise, huge. You talk about any program, you talk about numbers, it's a huge number. Okay, so that is why, it's a good thing for all higher education, providers, institutions, including government as well as private institutions, that good students are there. And there's a major chunk of youth population in India. And that is why, there's a great potential for universities, but universities will sustain only if they show some sort of, quality. There are many parameters of quality, which Matt already mentioned, which I also wanted to mention. So employability, when it comes to, again, some of the technological, some of the professional programs, the skill which is really required by universities, which is very much we all are, working with, which all are struggling to, I believe. And we are talking about the skills, or we are teaching the skills which may not exist, after 2 years. So we don't know what is the future alive. Okay, so businesses don't know how their businesses will go. So when we design or when we devise our skill set for a particular program, it is a challenge for all of us, okay, being educationalists, how we can do, but we have to do that. And students need to really, somehow identify, somehow work with their transcripts, what they did in high schools, what they did in secondary schools, what are their profiles like, and what their overall transcript looks like, and then what programs they're really attracted for, and how they can engage in their learning in higher education, and so that make their career. Okay, so that is also very, very important for us. So employability skills, I always say that industries are always talking about we are not getting enough graduates with adequate skills, and universities are always thinking that yes, we are trying to match those skills required by industry 4.0 and industry even 5.0 and beyond. Okay, so as industry is transforming rapidly with greater pace, we have to really cope up with that, and universities, we need to ensure that will happen. And that's why strong industry engagement is very, very important. For example, Microsoft launches AI, artificial intelligence research labs in universities. So these organizations like Microsoft, Siemens, they are coming and they're saying that we don't want to hire your graduates, which you are giving into the market, putting into the market. But we want to ensure that your graduates will have these skills which are required, so that we don't want to spend time on training and we don't want to spend money on training. So as they start with us, they should be ready. Okay, so that is why, the completely new challenges which are coming in the system. Of course, when we talk about, Matt mentions few things about asynchronous, synchronous, teaching, and what we are doing. I already mentioned about active learning, but one thing very clear for all of us, students always like challenges. So we need to ensure that, we need to challenge students so that learning will be really triggered, learning will really happen, and they will engage more. But while we do so, students also need support in their learning. We can't expect that from students without support. And that's why our universities, we need to have a holistic supportive mechanism, which, in my case, in my university, it is there. We are looking for, right from student well-being, counseling, up to, what they want, internships, whether they're internship, industry exposure, we have to provide that. One thing we need to understand, students who are really metacognitive, they are more likely to succeed. So we need to identify these, metacognition stages of various students. And accordingly, we need to deliver something, which will really fit into their learning. As we know that if we ask students to do something, they learn more. So rather than I'm, going into the classroom and explaining theoretical concepts, I would rather ask students, to do something. And that is why very important. So at our university, 𝗘𝗕𝗚𝗖 University, we are really, making that, and all new programs, especially in design suite, which we started, Marisha would like to, happy to hear that all new programs in design suite, on technology suite, some allied health, we are, completely delivering them in PBL mode, okay, project-based learning mode. And some technology and design programs, even we are incorporating design-based thinking, okay? So it is combination of project-based and design-based, which we did similarly when I was in Deakin, project-oriented design-based learning for all our undergraduate program. But here it is more focused on project-based learning, while some of the, wherever possible, wherever required, wherever, it can be fit, we will, really imposing design-based thinking, which is very important. Okay. So, as Richard Felder said, that getting all students to do something course related in class, other than just watching and listening to the instructor or facilitator or taking notes, it's more effective. And that is what active learning, and we need to really push that. In our university, we are asking, yes, every course we are asking, think what, whether it is in-class teams activities, think, pair, share, maybe 1 minute paper, some guided reciprocal peer questioning, concepts using clickers or tests, flipped classrooms wherever possible. Anything you think, do that, because, even I suggested that, 60 minutes of delivery, there should be breaks after 15-20 minutes, and there should be one activity, and that can be done also in online delivery. Okay, so that is very important. Otherwise, students will not focus and they won't learn anything. What we did, when I say all these things, it comes, from the leadership. So at 𝗘𝗕𝗚𝗖 University, we have restructured, we have created 5 faculties. Within 5 faculties, we have created, schools, and there are some schools which have completely newly created. Okay, we implemented strategies which are new market-driven, innovative programs. I can tell you from Indian students' perspective, those who are from Australia and Vietnam, you should know that, if students like to do something different, students want to go for a different program. Okay, so in order to do that, there should be attraction for students, and students need to be well educated and well informed about particular program. So anything we do, we have to do based on what is really required, and how that can fit into employability and big picture of the country. We did a lot of internationalization. For example, I was there in Swinburne, first week of July. I had a very good interaction with Vice Chancellor of Swinburne and some, senior people, and we are doing, many things such as study abroad, articulation in varieties of program, whether it's 3+1, 2+2, 1+1 in some programs, and greater research collaboration, because there is a great potential for even India, Vietnam to really enhance research capabilities and research potential. Because I was closely working with Vietnam, universities as well. I still have those connections. We are now focusing more into formative assessment. So I said exam-based system where we promote memorizing. We should go away from that, and more emphasis focus on formative assessments where students will be engaged throughout, during their learning journey. Very, very important. At our university, we have created completely new learning spaces. So again, this is for Marisha, for you. We have created complete floor, with design studios, learning studios, meeting rooms, and very different learning spaces for students, okay? And this is really good because students need those things, which are there already in many universities, including Swinburne. We need to somehow use technology and promote active learning. Where there is a possible, use technology. Where there is not possible, use other mechanisms, but do that. Stakeholder engagement, and I'm talking about holistic stakeholder engagement. So we have really strong industry linkages. By the way, I would like to mention about my university that as I speak, there are 600, 700 students from one program. They are doing internship, real industry project with industry. It's a big number. Even in Australia, I was trying to get that number, in some of the programs. So here it's good because there are so many industries, the small scale industries, medium scale industries, and of course there are big industries, internationally recognized industries. But I think students love that, and that is where learning happens, when they go and work with the real world problems, especially in professional programs. It happens. We have designed some of the professional programs. For example, Bachelor of Optometry, we have designed about not just doing research publications, but I'm talking about research commercialization. So Indian universities, and we all globally, we should think of research commercialization. What is happening? What happens after research is very, very important. So we created new programs. We are strong. We have at least, last few months, we have initiated collaborations, articulations, with several Australian universities, US universities, and definitely some of the technologies and industries available in India, such as Tata Technologies, Siemens, Bosch, and so on. So I think the holistic development, is very essential. In India, there is a great potential. There are many things which we need to do, differently. But overall, how we keep students engaged throughout the learning, and how we ensure we focus on the final outcomes, which is, somehow making students ready and to go and start anything what they like, whether it is a job, whether it is startup, whether it is entrepreneurship, and so on. So that is how we should do. So there are many things to do. I really would like to know how others are doing. Are there any challenges we all are facing? And my personal appeal to everyone that there may be many things we don't need to reinvent the wheel, but some systems we have already, we should share those best practices. And some systems, I think, or few things which we do collaboratively, we should develop collaboratively and help each other, because there is a potential. It's a win-win. Thank you very much. I hope everybody liked it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Patil. There were some fantastic words that you said, I think it's a really good thing to spark some debate about anyway. Now I wondered if I could pass this over to our two guests that we have on stage with us. Dr. Nguyen, would you like to begin for us? If you would like to, have a response to that, or if you would like to go with what's been said previously. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your sharings, Mr. Patil. And now I would like to share a little bit about the situation in Vietnam, especially during the pandemic, what we cope with the using of technology in high school and also in higher education. I would like to focus on 3 questions. The first one, how do schools react to teachings and learning approaches during the pandemic and after that? And the second question, Okay. Yeah. Thank you. And the second question I would like to focus is what have been done in educational institution to improve the situation. And the last question is how is teacher satisfaction to the current approach at the institutions, and what have lecturers and teachers done to improve the situation? And actually, I have the survey, and within only 30 schools and around 5 higher education institutions. And with the result here, they often use Microsoft Teams, Skype, Zoom meeting, and Google Meet. With some school of the K-12 level, they really love Google Meet because it is very easy and it is feasible for small and youngster to use this. However, with the higher education, we prefer using Zoom. But with Zoom, teachers and lecturers also combine with another devices to manage the classroom, because not all the educational institutions have their own learning management system. And actually, so many schools and many universities, they use Microsoft Teams. And for my case, Microsoft Teams is considered to be the learning management system for myself, because I can manage my students when they attend the class, and also the activities when it is not the class hour. They can organize the classroom and group work in different channels, and also I can manage their assignments, and we can guarantee the time management when they submit their assignment. And with the artificial intelligence of Microsoft Teams, it can keep us like a fair teachers, because it can record all the time. And with the second questions on how do school, what have been done to educational institution. Just like some areas in the center of Vietnam, just like in Đắk Nông, Quảng Nam, Bạc Liêu, the teaching learning process is right on schedule off-site. Okay, and with almost the state-owned primary school in Vietnam carry online final exams, and it takes a lot of time and energy for both the teachers and the parents as well to manage that, because the children cannot manage their online devices in a good way. And also it is because of the quality of the broadband, of the Wi-Fi, so it can affect a lot to the quality of the teachings and learning. And thanks to the help from many organizations, just like Microsoft in Education, they have some campaigns to help teachers to use Office 365, so that can solve the problem as well. Okay, I would like to turn to the third question. How is teacher satisfaction to the current approach? Okay, and many lecturers and teachers surveyed are satisfied with the situation. And they carry a lot of strategies to sustain teachings and learning process. Just like in my university, we have the UMS, just like a secondary school that belongs to my university. They use the cyber school program. The cyber school here, it means that whenever the students are offline or online, we often have the online strategies for students to do every week, so that they can get acquaintance to any uncertainty. And also, people have 1 day online classes a week to get familiarized with online interaction. Yeah, and with some schools in rural areas, when the internet is limited, online teachings and learning cannot be conducted effectively, as teachers themselves cannot conduct effectively with their online devices. So it caused a lot of struggle to the education system during the pandemic. And so from that lesson, we think that inclusive classroom, we should empower every student to adapt with the uncertainty as we are now living in the VUCA world. So it is better to prepare both teachers and students from the simple digital tools to the more difficult one, so that we can use and we can take all the advantages of the learning management system. Also, the use of cooperative digital tools can be used in more normal days, just like within online and offline classes. In the case that thanks to the challenges that the pandemic gave to us, we can create more opportunities. So the quality of teachings and learning online using digital tools have already been improved. And even we are carrying out the classroom on site, we still can manage the student to submit and also can do some online session at home. So that is called some blended learning to make the quality of teaching and learning better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would just like to move on to the last part. Unfortunately, Professor Patil will have to leave us, though, as he has another appointment to go to. But I would, so I'd just like to say thank you very much on behalf of everybody here. Thank you for your excellent presentation. And we very much appreciate it. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Patil, or Professor Patil. I would just now like to move over finally to Dr. Pham, if you would like to conduct your presentation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, all. Yeah, we already listened to Dr. Cook about the digital learning and Professor Patil about the how to change from normal teachings to outcome-based educations, and also Ms. Han Nguyễn about the online learning system. I would like to draw your attention to our topic today, I think, about the equality in education. So three of you already mentioned about applying the technologies and also online system to educations. I would like to share my experience. So I work in the University of Agriculture. So most of our students come from rural area, and also their parents are farmers. So normally during the time of pandemics, we have to apply the online teachings. So some of them have difficulty to access to maybe internet, and also they don't have the device, for example, computer or smartphone to do online learning. So for them, it's very difficult. So when we talk about the global citizenship, so maybe the people from rural area and also from remote areas should be the group that we need to support. So Dr. Patil already said that university have a support system to them, so that they can access to our model learning today. Yeah, and from my side, I'm an environmental economist. So I think if I would like to add some skill or knowledge to global citizens, so I wish that at higher education, the university can teach and encourage the student to have the environmental responsibilities. So maybe some of you know that in our world today, the big threat is the climate change and also environmental pollution. So that all countries have to commit to reduce the global warming so that not the countries, but I think all stakeholders, like we as the consumer, or we as a citizen, we have to show our environmental responsibility. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's actually going to bring us to the end of this session now. Thank you very much for all four of our speakers. I think it was really insightful that we could look at 4 different universities from all over the world. And we could really see different stories and different experiences that people are having here. So that's all very, very useful. Again, I just want to say thank you very much to our 4 speakers, Matt Cook, Professor Aaron Patil, Dr. Han Nguyen, and Dr. Lam Pham. We would love to have you again on stage with us to join us again. But please, can we have a round of applause for our speakers once again? Thank you very much. We're now just going to take a short break for 10 minutes before the next session starts. So if everyone can make sure that they're back in this room again for just before 3 p.m. To start the next part of the conference. Thank you. So good afternoon again, our distinguished guests. Now we move into the next part of our conference. Now, firstly, we have a short video that will be provided by Ms. Simone 𝗘𝗕𝗚𝗖, the president of APAC. So we'll just play a short video for you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Simone 𝗘𝗕𝗚𝗖, and I'm the president of APAC for Times Higher Education. My apologies that I cannot be with you all today. I am very pleased, however, to place you in the very capable hands of Times Higher Education's Regional Director for Greater China, 𝗘𝗕𝗚𝗖, who is there in person with you all in Hanoi. 𝗘𝗕𝗚𝗖 will deliver today's keynote address from the perspective of how Asian universities are working towards sustainable development goals and why it is important. Back in 2019, Times Higher Education's Chief Data Officer Duncan Ross introduced a global framework to align the sustainable development goals with the work universities were doing across 4 broad areas, including research, stewardship, outreach, and teaching. This framework is known as the Impact Rankings, and the engagement we've seen with this ranking has been outstanding. In 2019, we had 467 universities submit data to rank, and this has grown to an astounding 1,406 universities in 2022, with significant participation from universities across the ASEAN region, including 7 from Vietnam, 23 from Malaysia, 28 from Indonesia, 52 from Thailand, and 76 from Japan. This is a ranking which is in fact quite labour intensive for universities to submit data, and it requires buy-in across faculties. So why do universities participate? Well, if we think around the theme of the conference today, a good number of metrics and indicators we measure within the impact rankings align with the vision of global citizen education. For instance, we look at indicators such as measures against discrimination and inequality, sustainable practices, student access measures, and responsible consumption. The Impact Rankings provides a platform for universities to benchmark and audit against best practices from across the globe. And we know from our research that students entering higher education place great value on the SDGs. This generation of students in higher education is concerned for the environment. They take the ethos of social responsibility seriously, and more than ever, they need to be adaptable to the complexity of a rapidly changing world. The workplace they will enter upon leaving higher education is no longer as static as it once was, and universities can help students develop competencies to engage with the world as it is and as it will be in the future, helping them as citizens to shape better outcomes for our world. 𝗘𝗕𝗚𝗖 will take you through some of the key highlights from across Asia in the most recent impact rankings, and I think you'll agree that some of the work she will highlight is truly outstanding. I wish that I was there with you all today, but I hope you have a great event. Please stay safe, everyone, and take care.
Well, thank you for your words there, Simone. Now, joining us on stage, we have Ms. 𝗘𝗕𝗚𝗖, the aforementioned. Now, 𝗘𝗕𝗚𝗖 is the Regional Director of Times Higher Education. 𝗘𝗕𝗚𝗖 oversees the Times Higher Education's partnerships with universities and higher education bodies in China, Mongolia, and Vietnam. Before joining the Times Higher Education, she worked at the Office for International Affairs, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, and was in charge of university partnerships. So if you could put your hands together and welcome to the stage, Ms. 𝗘𝗕𝗚𝗖.
Chào. Good afternoon, everyone. So it's my pleasure to be here today in Hanoi. And actually, the first time I visited Hanoi was in 2014, and it's great to come back after the COVID pandemic, and it's about 8 years, and I see the rapid transformation of this city, no matter in terms of the economy, but also in higher education, which is testified by the more and more universities that are ranked in THE. So as Simon just mentioned that today I will go through about the Asian universities and the Sustainable Development Goals. But before that, I would like to introduce about the THE. And THE has been in the higher education sector for more than 50 years. And many people know about us is about our rankings, but we are more than rankings. We are a higher education media. We have our journalists around the world reporting on higher education news, and also we have, they are writing the opinion pieces. So we are interacting with the higher education stakeholders very closely. That's why we have our impact rankings. And today's the conference theme is explore the boundaries of a global citizenship. And one of the outcome of this is to develop the graduates that will face the challenging global issues. And the United Nations has set out 17 Sustainable Development Goals that can address the global challenges in the world, so that to make the world a better place. So how it is related to, THE is related to the Sustainable Development Goals is because we have the impact rankings. And impact rankings is the world's first and only rankings that assess universities' progress working towards Sustainable Development Goals. Well, many people know about us is because of our World University Rankings. Actually, it's a ranking that measures universities' research excellence. So people know about the World University Ranking, Asia University Ranking, or subject ranking. Actually, they are all under the umbrella of the research rankings. So, but there are more than 20,000 universities in the world. Not all of them are research-intensive universities. Some universities are just focused on teaching, but some are doing meaningful work, creating social impact. That's why THE launched the first impact rankings in 2019. So it is to recognize the contributions of this group of universities that to the society. And many people didn't know that our World University Ranking has threshold. So universities should pass the threshold to be ranked, and it is university must produce at least 1,000 publications over the past 5 years, and and every year it should be no less than 150. So it's very stringent requirement, so that not many universities that can be ranked. But for the impact rankings, we set our threshold lower, so that universities don't need to meet a minimum publication requirement. But as long as they are doing meaningful work, working towards Sustainable Development Goals, they can be ranked. So the UN has 17 SDGs, and the THE we has 17 individual SDG rankings and 1 overall ranking. So in total, under these impact rankings, there are 18 rankings. So university can choose at least 1 SDGs to participate. They can choose the one they are best at. And overall ranking is created with a mandatory SDG 17 and all the other 3 strongest SDGs, ranging from SDG 1 to SDG 16. Yeah, so university can submit as many as you want. Then the Vietnam's participation in the impact rankings. So in 2022, we have 7 universities that are ranked in the overall ranking, meaning that they have submitted more than 4 SDGs. And in the next session, I will share about the best practices of Asian universities in SDGs. As you can see that, which are the countries and the regions with the most active participation into the impact rankings? They are Japan, Pakistan, India, Turkey, Thailand, Iraq. These are the countries that have exceeded 50 universities that are ranked in the overall ranking. And who are the top Asian universities in the top 10 in the overall ranking? There are King Abdulaziz University, Saudi Arabia, and University Science Malaysia, which enjoyed a joint number 4 in the world, and also Hokkaido University from Japan is ranked the 10th place. And South Korea has the most number of universities in the top 100 in the overall ranking, and Thailand and Pakistan has the most number of new entrants. Okay, so during the data submission period, universities are required to submit the evidences to show what they do working towards the SDGs. This is an example from lovely professional university from India showing their carbon management progress in response to SDG 7, affordable and clean energy. So you can see from the slides that they installed solar panels, and also they designed battery-operated e-rickshaw and also the solar buses to lower down their carbon emissions. This is an example from Chulalongkorn University from Thailand. Chulalongkorn University is a leading university in impact rankings in Thailand. They have a curated website that put together all their actions towards SDGs, so the audience can easily find what they do in every SDGs. So in these slides, we can show their action, their announcement on waste management policy, and announcement on the reduction of single-use plastic waste. So this is the example from National Cheng Kung University, Taiwan, and showing their support local government in climate action monitoring. It is in response to the SDG 13 climate action. So what the NCKU did is that they proposed the R&D strategies to improve their hydrological observation and the forecasting technologies, and also the coordination of different agencies for the disaster prevention and also the participation into the flood rescues. This is an example from Hokkaido University, Japan, which organized events to promote the conservation and the sustainable utilization of the land, including the forest and the wild land. So this is, they organized a symposium on rare plants and the conservation in Hokkaido. You can see that it's the evidence is produced in the local language, and it is acceptable in our rankings. University can submit, in their local language, and we can accept this kind of evidence. And they also organized the educational event for the elementary students and to educate them about the importance of forests and the creatures to live on it. So this is an example from the university from Philippines. And you can see that it is the university's master plan, and the campus has a large patch of greenery. So the university's ambition is to create a sustainable and a green campus, and also provides sustainable channels of commuting on the campus. So the methods including Egypt, the bicycle lanes, carpooling, and interconnected walkways around the campus. They also tries to ensure that all their construction projects are can adhere to the local government's sustainable building the principles. In the next example, I would like to show the Thai government's their initiative to align SDGs with their regional priorities. So you can actually THE, we work with MAHISI, the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, to help train the universities on how to work towards SDGs. And I think it is getting more and more popular among the universities to gain kind of SDG competence and SDG literacy for the staff and the faculty. So you can see that Thailand is split into 5 economic zones. They call it corridors. So the central economic corridor is where the Bangkok resides. So you can see that the different corridors, they have different priorities. You can see from the SDG labels, different colors. And then the central one focuses on waste management and innovation for aging society. It is because, the Bangkok, I think, have more people and also more tourists, so it's, they need more waste management. They are, in response to the SDG 12 and SDG 3. And then when we move, our eyes to the southern economic corridor, and then it is surrounded by a large, water body, and then this economic corridor focus on SDG 14, life below water. Then this brings to my next session is why SDGs are important from the student perspective. So THE has conducted an online survey focusing on students who choose Asia as the top destination for study. And this survey is undertaken in March to April 2022. We have collected 3,151 responses from students in 93 countries. And 289 students who chose Asia as the top destination. And we asked them the importance of being a sustainable citizen. And 77 says it is important for them to live their lives in a sustainable way, and that is consistent with being a sustainable citizen. And we can see from these news articles that the Generation Z people are taking climate action very seriously, and it is really a concern for them. And the next question we asked them, the awareness of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. How much do they know about it? And 72 people are aware of SDGs, and we can see the global data is 71. Actually, our Asian students are outperforming the global stats. And then we asked them, what are the highest priorities SDGs for students? And the top one is SDG 4, quality education. And the second one is SDG 13, climate action. And the third one is zero hunger. I think it's quite understandable. Is students, they are going to universities, of course, they expect quality education. And also the climate and the environment is crucial for us to live as long as possible. And the zero hunger ensures that we will have food to eat. And then in the next question, we asked them the main factors they use to assess the university's reputation for sustainability. And the students responded that 45 of them say the policies and the practices at the universities are important, and also quality of impact of the sustainable related research, and the students' opportunities to participate in activities that promote sustainability. And we can see that they also care the position in sustainability-related rankings. Here we ask them the actions the students have taken to assess the university's sustainability credentials. And then 65 of them, they say they look at the Times Higher Education impact rankings. But there is also confirmation biases because the students coming to our website, they should be looking for rankings. And the second is they assess the university's commitment to diversity and inclusion. Well, so now there are so many concerns, but is the students' voice being heard? What do students actually want? One from the governments, the private companies, the universities, and what are their priorities? What elements of climate action are the most committed to? Actually, the students feel that 86% of these groups have an important role to play in achieving SDGs. But just 9% of the students feel confident that the world could secure global net zero by 2050. And just now in my previous slides, I mentioned that SDG 13 is the second most concerned SDG that students care about. And then so THE collaborated with the United Nations Environment Program, UNEP, to find out what the students' priorities are with regards to climate action. And then our aim is to put together a list of priorities for universities as a call to action for climate change. And what we did is we conducted a focus group surveys with the 13 students about their feelings about the climate change, views on the role of universities regarding climate change, and their priorities regarding the actions from the universities. And we also conducted a survey with 1,028 students and prospective students and asked them to prioritize the list of actions and commitment during the first group, focus groups, and the creation of a manifesto for change. Then how can universities change the current status quo? So I outlined the 10 priorities that the students have chosen as the most important in more detail. So the first one is think globally and act locally. Universities must think globally and not just locally, as it is a global challenge requiring global solutions, but they must also do it while acting locally, as many solutions start at home. And the second is the university should to act as beacons of change. Universities must influence the organizations around them, harness the existing partnerships, and forge new ones that promote positive change. And the university should also harness the power of the student community. Actually, students, they are very keen to be involved in the activities concerning the SDGs. University should also offer assistance to local communities to enable them to understand the energy efficiency and help them to generate energy sustainably. And there is no time to waste. University must ensure that their research addresses the immediate consequences of climate change in their locality, including the drought and the flooding. And universities must provide adequate resources to enable students to recycle and enable them to live life on campus in a sustainable way. Yes, to be short, is to build green campus. And the university should also install the solar panels on the campus and incorporate green spaces in innovative ways. And university must commit to use no single-use plastic by 2030 and ensure that waste plastic is reused and recycled properly. And the ninth one is a university should commit substantial proportions of research budgets to researching clean and energy sources. And the 10th one is university should encourage research funding bodies to invest more heavily in the research to find solutions to climate change related problems. With the 10 priorities that we just identified, we developed a manifesto for change. So you can see there are 10 slogans, so easy to remember. We are calling the universities to be the beacon of change, to take immediate action, to create green universities, and to conduct transformative research. And we hope that this inspires universities and the whole higher education sector to take action. And I hope more and more universities will join those that are already ranked in our impact rankings to work towards the sustainable development goals and to make the world a better place. With that, I would like to conclude my presentation and open the floor for questions.
I think Dr. Marisha had a question for us.
Sure.
Thank you, Sophie. That was lovely, just to hear all of, of the amazing depth to which the Times Higher Education is engaging with the SDGs. It's clear that we can do better, that universities can do better. I wonder if there are any projects that you run within Times Higher Education where students can become actively engaged with projects that can help. You're probably thinking it from a rankings perspective. I'm just merely thinking it from a community engagement perspective. Is there any sort of project that they can become involved with other students from other universities to collectively do projects together to enable enact change? When I was thinking about the map of Thailand, and I was thinking, it is truly a national thing going on. And so obviously universities have networks. So do they have almost like student clubs that connect with each other to make positive change and projects for positive change?
So from THS, you say that many are ranking agencies, so we don't have much resources to organize student-centric events on the SDGs. But what we have noticed that the global university networks, for example, the APIU, the Asian Pacific Rim Universities, they have focused SDG-focused activities. For example, they currently in China, there are many universities that are organizing SDG summer camps to invite the actually even Vietnamese students, they can participate. I think there is a chargeable for a small nominal fee. Yeah, so it is more organized by the university themselves and also university networks, yeah, and maybe non-profit organizations.
Thank you. I was just going to ask a follow-up question. Given that, FPT is a very large corporation and Swinburne University of Technology, we have the partnership here. From your perspective, what could we do better? In Swinburne Vietnam, because we're a partnership between two different universities, so obviously we can't be ranked. But what can we do better as a partnership in order to assist and support what the students of the future want? I mean, understanding, of course, that SUT have its own rankings and FPT have its own rankings as well. But partnerships are also huge, transnational education partnerships are a huge part in Southeast Asia and particularly in Vietnam. What can partnerships do to really start to enact that change?
As I know that Swinburne Vietnam is a joint venture between the Swinburne University of Technology and the FPT University, right? As you said, well, maybe it is not able to be ranked by itself, but as you said, SDG 17 is called partnership for its concerns about the partnerships. So I think Swinburne Vietnam can be this link because we assess the university's partnership with the local, national, and international organizations in the SDGs. So, for example, event like this, if you are talking about SDGs, it can be used as evidence to show that you are working towards this SDGs, and I think FPT and also SWT can use it as a evidence. Yeah, I think Swinburne Vietnam can become the linkage between these two universities and help them to achieve better in the impact rankings.
Thank you, Sophie. Just feedback from one of my fellow colleagues, Bonnie. She said that your presentation is her favourite today. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
So thank you very much. Is there anybody else in the auditorium who would like to ask a question? Dr. Ha? There you go. There you go.
I think the impact is very interesting, and FPT already ranked according to the impact, and the rank just mentioned here is 800 and 1,000, right? And however, it's very much focused on the sustainable development, right? So the agenda we are talking today is about global citizen with some skill, right? Skill, and that skill is not only about the social awareness about but also connective thinking or something like that.
Yeah, it's just part of it.
Yeah, so do you think that the impact ranking going to have some criteria to cover the global citizen education or something like that?
Yeah, just because in our ranking, just now I introduced, we have 3 categories of rankings. One is World University Rankings, this research ranking, and also have impact rankings. Is a major social impact. We also have the teaching ranking because what you are talking about is education. So we have this kind of education ranking, but it is currently we only conducted in US and Japan. Yeah, but of course we can think about to have one for Vietnam to work with maybe more, to develop some kind of Vietnam-only rankings, national rankings.
We have another question as well. I'll just pass you over here.
Yeah, thank you so much for the very insightful sharing. Actually, it's the first time for me to listen to a presentation about about ranking in higher education. Even that we know that based a lot on publication and some other criteria. You are here. So anyway, before this, we also have opportunity to meet one group for they came for evaluating about AAC SP, and so I am thinking, just curious, for this kind of evaluation. Normally, university submits the evidence, right? But the committee, the evaluation committee, will evaluate based on the documentary evidence. Is there a committee coming to our institution and evaluate? And the second thing is the criteria. Yeah, can you? This is mostly based. Alignment. They must be linked to 17 SDG. Is this the only one, or is there any other kind of criteria or benchmark that we can base on for evaluating, for ranking?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for your question. So university can choose at least one SDG they are good at. For example, you can choose the SDG 4 for quality education. Quality education, so it measures how universities are working towards providing education to the first generation of students, university students, graduates, and also produces the primary school teachers and also the methods of providing lifelong learning. So I think a lot of universities are doing that. So that's why a lot of universities actually participate in SDG 4. So what I would advise that you can read our methodology so that you can choose the right SDGs that you are good at and participate. So what is the threshold for this ranking is that you need to be a government accredited university. You cannot be a random university, say I want to participate and next year you already disappear, something like that. This is our requirement. And just now you asked about how we collect the evidence. So we don't send experts to universities, but the university need to submit the evidence. We prefer it to be online, so that you have a website link. You just put there, and we will check. So the reason why we want it to be a website link is that we want it to be public, and the university should be responsible for the evidence you submitted, because anyone can pick it and say that it's fake. So we are not supervising, you and monitoring you, or whether you make a false statements. But I think the public are doing that. Okay, any more questions? Okay, so thank you very much for inviting me to Hanoi. It's always, a good experience to meet with my friends in Vietnam and also enjoy the pho. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sophia. And so thank you very much, everybody. That was an excellent presentation. I think everybody enjoyed that one. And some excellent questions from everybody participating. We will now just be taking, again, a short break until about 3 p.m., where we'll be having our last presentation, 4 p.m., excuse me, where we'll be having our last presentation for the day today. And that will be from a delegate from the World Bank who will be joining us. So I look forward to seeing you again just before 4 p.m. today. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For the final time for today, it's my pleasure to introduce our final speaker to the inquiry room, Mr. Nhan Hong Nguyen, Senior External Affairs Officer for the World Bank in Vietnam. In his role, he oversees the bank's communications, external affairs, and public relations to ensure a strong working environment for the bank in Vietnam. He works closely with government counterparts, the media, NGOs, academia, and young people to build support and create alliances around key issues that affect the country's development. Prior to joining the World Bank, Nhan Nguyen headed the PR department of a large real estate firm and managed the English division of the National Radio. He holds a master's degree in international affairs from the UK. Now, please welcome to the stage Mr. Nhan Hong Nguyen. Thank you.
Thank you so much for hosting me today. I know it's Friday, and your final sessions, and I'm between you and maybe a lovely evening. But I hope that the presentation gives you some ideas of being a global institution, what it is like, and hopefully give you an idea of your future if you want to be a global citizen and being in one of the global institutions. So I was wondering if, okay, so we have a presentation here, and I would just give you a very quick overview of the bank, the World Bank Group. It is one of the institutions that works for two main missions. One is ending poverty, and the other is sharing prosperity. And we are like, a collective of countries. Just imagine it that way. We have almost 190 members. Vietnam is, of course, a member of the World Bank Group. And we have staff from across the world. If you look at the presentation there, we have staff from 170 countries and offices in, like 130 countries. So we are like a very unique global institution, if you look at from that angle. So in a nutshell, the World Bank Group is the largest source of funding for development, but also a largest source of knowledge for development. And we have 5 institutions, although we are in one group, but we have 5 different institutions. The first institution to be established was the IBRD, which is the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Do you know when this was established? You have any general ideas? It was established during the World War II. And the name suggests, it's for reconstruction and development. And it was established in 1944. The main goal there was to reconstruct Europe after the war. And people were already thinking of, the end of the World War II. And they were thinking that maybe it's time to think of reconstruction. So that's the idea of the first member of the group, the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. And now this bank lends to middle-income countries like Vietnam and other lower-income countries, but with credit-worthy. We have another branch which is for low-income countries, which is called the International Development Association. So it's like a concessional lending window for poorer countries. We have the International Finance Corporation, which is making a lot of investment in the private sectors. So actually in Vietnam, the International Finance Corporation is much more active and has a lot more portfolio, bigger investment than the other two, because right now the private sector in Vietnam is really booming. So they have a lot of work there. And we have the multilateral investment guarantee agencies, which, as the name suggests, provide a guarantee if, an investor is not sure whether to invest in a country or not, then they would usually look for the guarantee from this agency. And the final institution is the International Center for Settlement of Investment Dispute. So, if we have, or if, investors have an issue with
a government, for example, then they can come to this center for settlement. They can seek, solutions there. So we have 5 institutions, but we really work as one group. And one group can have, the synergies to help a country develop in different ways. Our mission, as I said from the beginning, we have 2 missions. They seem, very big, end extreme poverty and promote shared prosperity. But I can, explain it a little bit further of, what is it on the ground. And here are some of the pictures of our staff. We have about 16,000 full-time staff. In Vietnam, we have about 120 staff working in Vietnam. And of course, a lot of Vietnamese nationals are working in other countries as well. So it's not just that the staff here in Vietnam are Vietnamese, but Vietnamese are working, across the globe in other offices. So just a quick introduction here. I already said that, the first member of the World Bank Group was established in 1944. And the IFC was established in 1956. And at the end, 1988, MIGA, the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, was established. So this is our quick history. And this is a glimpse of where we work. In South Asia, I'm looking, the top figure there, East Asia and Pacific, is our region here. And last fiscal year, which runs from July 2001 to June 2021 to 2022, we provided a total of $13.5 billion in grants, concessional financing, and normal financings to countries. And a lot of that has to do with COVID recovery. And what exactly do we do? Mostly 3 things. Development projects. So we build roads, we build schools, we improve urban areas, we help with the drainage system, we build bridges, we help with the rural transport, we help with livelihoods in the mountainous areas. So that kind of thing, are development projects. And in Vietnam, right now, we have about 35 projects in total, with a total portfolio of about existing active portfolio of about $6 billion. We do a lot of knowledge sharing as well. Knowledge is a large part of the World Bank Group, and we do a lot of research, a lot of studies, a lot of work together with the government and with different agencies across the government and with universities and research institutes to really understand the problem, the issues that affects the country's development. Like in Vietnam, right now we have about 30 research projects going on. And they all look at the different aspects of the country's development and how we can provide the solutions to address those issues. And finally, another thing that we do is we use our power to really build an alliance and to generate a collective actions around issues that is of importance to the development of the country. So just some examples of the development project. We have been working in all areas of, almost all of the areas that you can think of in Vietnam and globally. We have projects in finance, we have projects in macroeconomics, we have projects in education, we have projects in health, nutrition, urban area, disaster risk management, infrastructure, transport, energy. So, across all of the development areas of the country. And knowledge, one of the things that we consider our flagship knowledge report, for example, the Global Economic Prospect, which analyzes the situation, the economic situation of the world. We have the Vietnam Development Report, which analyzes the key development challenge of the country in the next 5-10 years. And most recently, we have the Country Climate and Development Report, which analyzes the linkages between climate change and development and how they are intertwined. If you remember at the COP26, which is a conference by the UN on climate change, the Vietnam Prime Minister made a commitment that we will reduce the emissions of Vietnam to net zero by 2050. And so how the different parts of the country, how the different ministries, how different agencies can work toward that goal. Then we look into that in our country climate and development report. How much is it, to transition from dirty power, like, coal, to clean power? How much is it? And how can we do that? So that's the kind of the questions that we answer in our knowledge works and, our studies and research. And for collective actions, we really want to build alliances with the different stakeholders, with different parts of society. So, for example, the civil society, parliamentarians, philanthropy, the private sector, the young people. We want to build alliance because we know that, even how big we are, one person, one organization, one agency cannot do everything. So we want to build alliances. We want to organize collective actions. So this picture, for example, is the Vietnam Development Report that we organized together with the government. And we call on all the other countries to come in to provide their solution, to provide their ideas of how Vietnam can develop in the next 5 years and 10 years, what they see, everybody see as the key issues. We invite, global experts to come to Vietnam using our convening power to really help the country to see what are the key problems, what are the key issues, and they provide Vietnam with the solutions. So we really want to we really want to build alliance around these kind of issues. For example, climate change, for example, this is an issue that affects everyone. For example, COVID recovery, every country is suffering from COVID, so how do we recover from COVID? You can share experience, from yourself with other people across the world. So these are the kind of things that we are looking for. In Vietnam, we started we restarted the partnership in 1993. That was when the Vietnamese government wanted the World Bank to come to Vietnam again and to help the country with the development process. And by 2022, we have invested in Vietnam a total of about $25 billion in grants, credit, concessional loans, and ordinary loans. And we have a lot of, as I said, flagship reports and policy advices every year. So these are just some of the pictures of what we do. Before we have a project to really clean up and build up a canal. This is a picture of it, after, just to show you the thing that we do. Schools, we build schools in the most remote and mountainous areas. And energy, a large part of our investment was in the energy distribution and transmission. So we are proud to say that we contributed to Vietnam's almost universal access to university now. We do urban upgrading. So some areas in Ho Chi Minh City, for example, used to be really slums, but the city asked us to help with urban upgrading and really, upgrade the lives of the people there.
and provide them with good living environment for them to have better, living conditions. Nhiều Lộc Thị Nghè Canal, possibly you have heard of Nhiều Lộc Thị Nghè Canal. And in Hanoi, if you travel from around here to Nhật Tân Bridge, for example, then, the elevated way, it's a project under the Hanoi Urban Upgrading project that is financed by the World Bank. So just some example. This is the country climate and development report that our managing director presented to the Prime Minister. So just an example of how the kind of policy advice that we give to the government, at the highest level. Earlier, we have a product called the Vietnam 2035 report. Really provide a lot of policy advices to the country on how the country can, improve its institutions, legal frameworks, so that Vietnam can be a higher middle income country by 2035. And now, if you follow politics and current affairs, you know that the goal has changed to becoming a high income country by 2045, so 10 years after. And now the government is asking the bank again to help to work with them to have another study on Vietnam 2045 to really, lay out a roadmap for Vietnam to become a high-income country by 2045. So we are starting that process right now. This is just another, maybe one or two pictures about the convening powers and how we mobilize, create an alliance and mobilize, different partners to really provide ideas, provide financing, provide knowledge to Vietnam for the development of the country. So how can, the young people really engage with us? There are many channels, there are many ways that young people can engage with the World Bank and, through that engage in addressing development issues, addressing development challenges that the country is facing. So we really believe that the young people are playing active and meaningful roles in society, and that should be viewed as, really valuable stakeholders to whatever we do and to addressing the challenges of the country. So we really engage with young people through different kind of platforms. And let me just share with you a few ways that young people can really engage with us and work together with us to address the global and, country, national, and even community challenges. So the first thing that we want everybody to do, not just young people, but I think the young people has really an advantage, is really to be an advocate. To raise awareness around issues that affects the country's development, like climate change, for example. We have some projection that says if by 2050, if the sea level rise by 1 meter, about a third of the Mekong Delta of Vietnam will be underwater. So this is an alarming figure. This is an alarming fact. And really, we want everybody, especially young people, because you will own this country in the future, to really understand the impact, the magnitude of these issues, and do something about it. So the first thing is really to be an advocate for the issues, understand the issues, and raise awareness among yourself, among the community, about this kind of challenges. So other challenges such as COVID, for example. Recently, we had been experiencing about 2 years of COVID, and Vietnam is actually now much more ahead of other countries in terms of recovery. But how can you share your experience of recovering from COVID with other countries, with other people, with other young people in other countries? In our social media platform like Facebook and YouTube, we do organize video submissions, entries. You can do like 1 minute video of how you yourself has overcome COVID, how you recover from COVID, that you can share your experience with others. So hopefully through this kind of being an advocate, we can help everyone to have a better life and better future. Second, you can be a knowledge leader with us. We, of course, as you can see, we are keen to share knowledge, but we are also keen in asking and providing platform for everyone to share knowledge with us and with other people. So sharing, I think, is very mutual. We have different platforms and we have different competitions that we can use to share. For example, the World Bank Group and the Financial Times. I hope you know the Financial Times. We organize a blog writing contest, especially for young people. You can write a blog about how you have overcome certain issues in Vietnam, and then submit it to the blog contest and share your stories, share your experience, and share your knowledge with others. So really, it provides a platform for young people to showcase your thought and to really provide solutions, really provide your knowledge on how to address one of the world's most pressing issues in your area. You can start small, but if everyone starts small, then it becomes big. You can also be a social entrepreneur with us. I think this is something that every young people aspires to. Social entrepreneurs really helping the society, and we really want to support those people. In Vietnam, one of the things that we have supported for quite a long time is the thing we call the VCIC, Vietnam Climate Innovation Center. So we support startups that really helps to address knowledge, really help to address climate change issues in Vietnam. So if you are thinking of addressing the climate change issue and you want to set up, a startup or, social entrepreneurs, this can be the space where, we can provide ideas, we can provide coaching, we can provide, support to really market your idea, develop your ideas into product, how to bring that product to the local market and international market. So be a social entrepreneurs and, help together we, do something and to address one of the issues that really affects our country's development and also the world. And you can also be a young professional. Being a young professional is, a good opportunities and good experience to learn from, the seasoned development professionals in the world. Usually, this is when you graduate. This is like an intern program, a 6-month, 12-month program that you can be with the World Bank Group, in headquarters in Washington or in the different country offices. So you will be assigned to work on certain development issues together with other professionals, and to really learn about what's affecting the future of the country, affecting the future of the world. And through this experience, I hope that a young professional can really learn a lot, can really get to know what is affecting your future, and to really think about your career path in the future. What you really want to do, whether you want to help the world working in the development organization, or maybe you want to do it through the private sector, organize your own startup and helping, with the social ideas, or, being a businessman, create jobs for the people. They are all good. So I guess that's a kind of overview of what I want to talk to you today. There are a lot of ways that you can have more information. You can stay connected with us. We have a thing called a Speakers Bureau. Every information about the World Bank is there. And you can connect directly with the World Bank in Vietnam, with me or with other staff at the World Bank. I hope that my presentation gives you an idea of what a development organization, a global development organization, is doing. And so, if you want to be a global citizen, this is one of the things that you can consider. A lot of the things that the World Bank are doing at the global level, but the actions are really happening at the local level. So things like climate change is an issue globally, but a lot of action has to be done, here locally at the national level, or even at the lower level, like provincial or community level. So I want to stop here. I thank you for listening, and if you have any questions, comments, and you're welcome. Please.
I can bring a microphone over to you. No problem.
I hope so.
Hello. Thank you very much for your presentation, and it's a very good overview of about World Bank. And I think World Bank is playing an important role in making the world a better place. And now you mentioned about actually World Bank is supporting universities. So can you please elaborate, the projects you are currently working with the universities, and what are the criteria, when you are you are deciding that about determining which project to work on? What are the determinants? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Should I answer that, or should I take several questions? Or totally up there? Okay. So we have been working in higher education in Vietnam for quite a while, starting with several projects on higher education operation, really to first, to improve the infrastructure for higher education. We make investment in the higher education sector on two sides, on improving the higher education infrastructure for different institutions, and helping the policymakers to really help provide a policy that really enable the development of the higher education sectors. So right now we have some ongoing projects in Vietnam. For example, a project to really link the different online libraries. I think we call the project the higher education sector reforms and development, I think. But it really helps, different universities like the Hanoi University of Technology, Hanoi National University of Economics, Ho Chi Minh City University of Economics, Ho Chi Minh City University of Technology as well, to really build up, the research functions, like labs and that kind of thing, and then share the knowledge through a connected system. So we want to help them with, collecting all the resources that they have and put them into a joint, joint resource. So I think the joint resource is available to all universities, but 4 or 5 of the leading universities will be really like the administrator of that. So that's an example of the project that we work on. And we are also working on the thing we call the model universities. So really now we I think it is still in the pipeline, but another project that we've completed is the Vietnam-German University in Ho Chi Minh City. So really we want to, invest in it and build it up as a model university so that other universities can look at that, the governance structures, the different faculties, the kind of curriculum, so that, if you want to, we call it a model university. Maybe it's not, the model for everyone, but at least, it provides you with some ideas of that. And recently, we have completed a thing we call the higher education sector report, which analyzes the key issues in higher education sector. And we provide that kind of policy advices to the different stakeholders in Vietnam, like the Ministry of Education and Training, like the National Assembly, so that they understand the key issues from our perspective, and also provide suggestions of what kind of things that could be done immediately and in the long term to help the higher education sector. I think we are also planning to provide support to some other universities, like the Hanoi University of Economics. We are having we're planning a project to really build up another center, a research center there, but still it is in a planning stage. So these are kind of things that we work with, the investment project and some of the research project. But we are also working with universities, especially with lecturers and researchers, to really look at issues and reports and studies like what we presented. Usually we, for one, like major or flagship report, we gather a team of different researchers coming from different backgrounds that are relevant. So it's not just that the bank staff that work on the study. That's usually a group of people that are considered as experts in the area, and a lot of the experts are really in the higher education sectors, like in the universities and in the research centers. So yeah, that thing what we're doing.
Yeah, thank you very much for sharing in the comprehensive detail. And I can see that World Bank is quite interested in the infrastructure building of the universities and also think tank providing reports. And I'm also quite interested in the VGU, the investment in VGU. So because you say you invest in the university, does it mean that World Bank is also a shareholder of the university?
Not really. Our investment, as you can see, comes in the form of grants, concessional lending, and normal lending. So the government is actually the owner of all the projects that I mentioned. The government borrow from the bank, or get the concessional lending from the bank, or get the grants from the bank. So we are the financier. We are a bank in a sense, right? But of course, there's a lot of things that we are not like a commercial bank. But still there is a bank in the World Bank, right? So we are the financier of the project. Usually we would want to find the most like the cheapest financing way possible for the country to fund their development project. So it's all owned by the government, but we are the financier. We finance and the government eventually have to pay for all the financing, but gradually, and usually it is with a much cheaper rate than if you have to go out and borrow from the financing market out there.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the audience who would like to ask a question?
I earlier told Dr. Marisha that we from time to time host students coming to the bank office. Unfortunately, we are still in a kind of post-COVID period. So we are not able to welcome students to our office, but I really hope that we can welcome you to our office, take a tour around and see the staff there, see the things that we are doing in reality, rather than just hear me talking. So hopefully I can. This is like an open invitation to all of you if you want to come to the bank office.
On behalf of all of us, Nhan, we are so happy to have you here and to be finishing the sessions for the day. It's really important that we always remember what we're all here for, to give back. And thank you so much for coming and sharing your expertise and just imparting some of the wonderful projects that the World Bank are doing. So thank you so much, Nhan.
Thank you so much for having me. I think apart from Dr. Marisa said, really we want and we need to give back. I think we also want, at least me personally also want to give forward. So if there is anything that I can help you personally or, at the bank, then I'm willing to do that. Just to, not really, just to add, personally, I'm also a mentor for some young people because I used to benefit from the chevening program, the UK, scholarship program. And so we have a group that we really wanted to, pay back and, or pay it forward, whatever you call it. So there's a group of mentors. If you go to Facebook and call, the chevening mentorship, then we really help young people to find their own career path, find their passions. And, if you have a goal and you don't know how to get there, for example, then, this is something that you can also do. So, yeah, if you have any burning issues or otherwise, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much. That was an excellent presentation. I'm sure everybody took away a lot from that. So, this brings us to the end of the day one of the Global Citizenship in Education Conference. I wanted to thank all of our speakers, all of our attendees, everybody who has attended online, and everyone who has taken part in making the event what it has been today. It's been fantastic. I'm certain that the amount of information, all of the insights and the fascinating, gripping conversations that we've had here today have been useful for all of the audience. So, I secondly just want to thank everybody who has particularly been online. I know we've had a couple of hundred people who have been in and out all day, so I know it's been very successful in terms of developing this to the rest of the world, which is lovely. And then finally, I just wanted to say I hope to see everybody tomorrow. We'll be here again bright and early. And we will be having a half-a-day session tomorrow, so it'll be slightly shorter, but it'll be still with all of the interesting and fascinating content that we provided for you today. So thank you once again for everybody for joining us, and I look forward to seeing you all again tomorrow. Thank you. Goodbye.